responsibility is the defendant. All right, be seated, please. All right, I want to welcome everybody to the Lake County Courthouse this morning. I'm John O'Donnell. I will preside throughout this trial, and I know this is the first opportunity you've had for jury service, and you had an opportunity to watch the movie, giving you a little bit of an introduction as to what jury service is all about. And I'm going to give you a little bit more instruction before we begin with any of the questioning. Now, service as a juror is an important civic duty. Trial by jury is one of the most valuable rights that we all possess in the United States, and the preservation of that right is strengthened by your showing up this morning in the call for jury service. I recognize that each of you are making a sacrifice by being present here today, and I know it represents some inconvenience to each of you, but I also believe you will recognize that jury service is necessary. The jury system that we used here in the United States is the best system of justice in the world. That's because it lets everyday people decide issues that affect other everyday people. So the sacrifice being made is required by our American system of government and is necessary to ensure that we continue with this system. I recognize that you may be feeling a bit nervous or stressed at the thought of having to serve as a juror. Those are common feelings that are often expressed by prospective jurors that have never served before. Many people think they don't know what jury duty entails or that they're capable of performing the functions of a juror, but I want to assure you that everyone here is more than capable of performing the functions of a juror. It's my hope that your service as jurors or even as prospective jurors will be an interesting and rewarding experience. And when I finish a trial and I talk to the jury afterwards, almost universally they enjoyed the experience and want to come back again. I want to note that the building and grounds can't seem to figure out the HVAC system in this place. So while usually it's about 65 degrees in here, today it happens to be 75. So my apologies for that. Now, you've been summoned to serve as prospective jurors in a case entitled Cambridge Village Condominium Owners Association as the plaintiff and State Farm Fire and Casualty Company is the defendant. The plaintiff alleges that several of their buildings sustained damage on November 15 of 2020 due to a weather event that involved wind and or hail. Now, seated in front of me representing the plaintiffs are attorneys Stephen Whetstone and Anthony DiUlio. Would you introduce yourselves and your representative, please?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Anthony DiUlio. I'm one of the attorneys representing the Condo Association, along with my co-counsel here, Steve Whetstone. Thank you so much. Sitting at a table with me is Mr. Tom Coyle, who's representative from the Condo Association as well.
All right, thank you. And seated at the other table representing the defendant is attorney Lori Thompson. Would you introduce yourself and your representative, please?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Lori Thompson, and this is Mike Vasilini representing State Farm.
Thank you. Bob Gonzalez is our bailiff. You've met him. It's his responsibility to keep you together and not to permit any person to speak or communicate with you. He will direct you where to be throughout the entire trial. Kathy Miller is our court reporter. She's responsible for recording and taking down everything that is being said in court. It's important that the witnesses, the jurors, and the lawyers speak clearly and loudly enough for the court reporter to hear them. Because people have a tendency to shake their head or nod in response to a question during this voir dire process, you're going to hear me remind you that you got to give a verbal answer so Kathy can get the information down. Now, I want to explain to you the process by which some of you will be selected as jurors in this case. Each of you are undoubtedly qualified, as I said, to serve as a juror. However, there could be something that could disqualify you in this particular case or in this particular set of facts and circumstances. So we're going to go through a process whereby I ask you questions, counsel for the plaintiff asks you questions, and counsel for the defendant ask you questions. This part of the trial is called voir dire. It's an opportunity for us to get to know a little bit about you, to see if you can be fair and impartial to both parties in this case. I know you filled out the questionnaire, and the parties have that, but this may go just a little bit further to inquire into some of the answers on that questionnaire. Now, these questions are not designed to pry into your personal affairs, but to see if you have any preconceived notion about this case or any experience in your life that may cause you to favor either party. These questions are necessary to assure that we have a fair jury. I'm going to ask you some questions first as a group. If you have a response, raise your hand and I'll call on you. Every time an individual juror speaks, either your juror number or your name must be stated. We do this so the record is clear as to who is speaking. After I've asked my questions, then the parties, the lawyers for the parties will have a chance to ask you questions as well. Again, these are not meant to be prying, but are meant to assure that we can get a fair jury to both sides in this case. And I'm sure you understand that somebody who had personal knowledge of the case or who has already made up their mind and decided how this case should come out would not be able to sit as a juror. That person would be excused for what is called good cause. After you're done being questioned, I'll meet with counsel out of your presence, at which time 9 individuals will be identified to serve as jurors in this case. One of the individuals will be the alternate. That person will not be identified until just before deliberations begin. Most importantly, we need you to be honest in this case when we're asking you questions, all right? Because we need to know if there's anything in your personal life or in this particular situation that will cause you to be unfair to either side. So once again, we need you to take note of that. If there's something you don't want to talk about for whatever reason in front of the whole panel, then let me know that and we can do that individually. Now, those who participate in a trial must do so in accordance with established rules. This applies to the witnesses, the lawyers, the judge, and the jurors. The lawyers present the evidence through the questioning of witnesses, which must be done according to the rules. The judge enforces the rules and determines what evidence will be admitted. At times during the trial, a lawyer may make an objection to a question or asked by another lawyer or to an answer given by a witness. This simply means the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. You are not to draw any conclusion from such objections or from my ruling on those objections. These only relate to legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. As jurors, you will be the sole judges of the facts, the credibility or believability of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to the evidence. Prior to deliberations, the court will furnish the law which you will apply to the facts. It is your sworn duty to accept the law as it is given to you by the court. The procedure for the trial is as follows. First, the plaintiff will outline in an opening statement what they expect the evidence will show. The defense may then make an opening statement telling you what they believe that the evidence will show. These opening statements are not evidence. They are a preview of the claims of each party designed to help you follow the evidence as it is presented. The plaintiff then offers evidence to support its claim that the defendant may then present may present evidence in defense of their claim. The defendant will then offer evidence to support their claim. The plaintiff may then offer evidence in defense of that claim. The plaintiff may then offer rebuttal evidence if applicable. The trial concludes with the instructions of law and the arguments of counsel. You would then deliberate on your verdict. The plaintiff has claimed that certain facts exist which entitle them to some relief in this matter. A person who makes that claim must prove it by a preponderance of the evidence. A preponderance of the evidence is the greater weight of the evidence, that is, evidence that you believe because it outweighs or overbalances in your mind evidence opposed to it. Evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses and the exhibits admitted during the trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts the court requires you to accept as true. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial or both. Direct evidence is a testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which he or she testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include the voir dire, the opening statements, or the closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You may apply the tests of truthfulness which you apply in your daily lives. These tests may include, but are not limited to, the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the manner of testifying, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity the witness had to see, hear, and know the things concerning the witness's testimony, accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, intelligence, interest, and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you will assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because they were under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should not decide any issue of fact merely on the basis of the number of witnesses who testify on each side of an issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence will be the force and weight of the evidence regardless of the number of witnesses on each side. The testimony of one witness believed by you is sufficient to prove any fact. All right, as I said, I'm going to ask you questions first, and then I'll turn it over to counsel to ask questions as well. First of all, does anybody know any of the three attorneys that are here today? Does anybody know the gentleman, Mr. Coyle, seated at the table? All right, anybody know Mr. Vassalini? Anybody know me? And juror number 18, Ms. Hess, how do you know me?
I'm friends with relatives, hers.
Okay. And when's the last time that you and I would have seen each other? Do you have any knowledge?
Maybe a funeral.
Okay. All right. The fact that you know me, in this case to a limited degree, would that have any impact on you if you're seated as a juror?
No.
Okay. Do any of the potential jurors know each other? Okay, let's start over here. Number 8, who do you know?
Audra, number 17,
Okay, and how do you know her?
from high school, 20-some years now.
Okay. But you recognize each other this morning?
Yes.
Okay. Have you talked at all since high school?
Yes.
All right, when's the last time?
Something like that.
How long ago do you think?
Maybe like a year. Yeah.
Okay. What about before that? When did you see her before that, do you think?
Just around town, maybe at the store.
Okay. Now, if you're seated on this jury, and juror number 17, Audra, is seated here, and you guys deliberated and you thought it should come out one way and she thought it should come out another way, would that, the fact that you know her, would that impact you?
No.
All right, would you worry about having to see her out there somewhere in the future if you guys were butting heads about this case?
No.
Okay. Can you be fair to both sides then? All right. Miss, how do you say that? Wisnowski? All right. What about your relationship with Mr. Cox? Would that impact you in any way? If, as I said, if you were on opposite ends of what you thought how the case should come out, would that affect you in the future if you ran into each other? All right. Okay, who else had their hand up? Did I see number 3?
I recognize somebody,
Okay, who's that?
a fellow Master Gardener, Lake Christine.
Number 23, and how do you, that's Ms. Webster, how do you know her?
I'm Bert.
No, that's Ms. Webster, right? How do you,
We're both in the Lake County Master Garden Organization.
okay, and how often does that organization meet?
Well, the general meetings are once a month. I've seen her maybe, probably 3 or 4 times a year at
Okay.
a meeting.
All right, and what's tell me about the organization.
It's the Lake County Master Gardening Organization that takes care of and runs various juvenile justice gardens, peace garden over at the fairgrounds. We do a number of community things to just enhance
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Miss Webster, do you think?
Probably a book club.
How long ago?
I don't know if she was at the last book club,
Okay,
which, it's twice a year, so I might have talked to her.
all right. So you heard the questions I asked, number 8 and number 17. If you guys are both on the jury and you think it should come out a certain way, and she thinks it should come out the other way, would that impact you in your relationship that you have with her? All right. Would you just go along with what she says in the deliberations, just to get along and just to not have any problems in the future? No, okay. And Ms. Webster, same answers, I take it? Okay, any problem with sitting if you were with Ms. Burke? Okay, thank you. All right, who else? Let's go, Ms. Hess, who do you know?
I have Tim Blankenship.
Where's he at?
I just know the name.
Oh, there he is, okay. And how do you know him?
From Kirtland, his kids went to school with my nephew.
All right.
I believe.
When's the last time you saw him, do you think?
I mean, recall over maybe a year,
Okay.
maybe longer.
And any issue if you and Mr. Blankenship were on the jury together?
No,
All right, if you had opposite conclusions, would you give your opinion to him?
No.
No, well, would you tell him why you were deciding one way or another in the course of deliberations?
for the reason that I thought was right.
Okay, and if he gave the opposite reason, would you give his reasoning consideration also?
Yeah.
Okay. Any problem at all serving with him?
No,
All right, Mr. Blankenship, same questions to you for Ms. Hess? Okay, no problem at all? All right. Okay, who else? I know I saw another hand back there. I can't see your number back there. In the corner.
25.
25, all right. Ms. Joel,
Yes.
who do you know?
I know Casey O'Neill
Okay, and how do you know each other?
from church and from our kids going, yeah,
All right, how long ago since you saw Mr. O'Neill?
Saturday night.
And did you talk to him?
Yes.
Okay. And how often do you see him? Regularly?
Yeah. Pretty
Okay.
regular.
All right, so if you were seated, this is a little bit different because these other folks had a little bit of contact, but not the contact you have. If you're seated with Mr. O'Neill and you're back there in deliberations and you decide one party should prevail and he decides the other party should prevail, would you consider his opinion?
Yes,
Would you, if you thought he was wrong, would you be able to stick to your guns?
yes,
All right, if you still decided the opposite, you saw each other next Saturday at church, would that cause a problem in your relationship? All right, Mr. O'Neill, how about you? Same questions?
Same answers,
Okay, no problem at all?
no problem at all.
Okay. Anybody else? Has anybody served on a jury before? Not just this process, but actually been selected to serve on a jury? Wow. All right, let's start with number 5. Ms. Miller, when did you serve? How long ago was that? Okay. Do you remember what kind of cases they were? All right. Anything about that jury service that would affect you in this service? All right. What kind of case was it in South Carolina? Do you remember if it was a criminal case or a civil case? All right. Will you, now, if you remember anything about the jury instructions from that time, will you set that aside and decide this case based only on the facts that you hear and the law that I give you to follow? Okay. Do you think there's any reason you couldn't do that? Okay. Who else had their hand up here in the jury box? Number 12, or no, number 13? Yeah. Ms. Markgraf, when did you serve?
Yes.
When?
I don't remember exactly what year it was. It was in the
courthouse, okay.
It was a case about a man who had possession of a firearm who wasn't entitled to have possession of a firearm.
All right, you don't know how long ago that was roughly?
I don't recall how long ago it was, probably 12, 15 years ago.
All right, did that jury that you were on, did that come to a verdict?
It did.
All right. When you served in that case, the burden of proof that the state had to meet was beyond a reasonable doubt. I read you in the instruction of preponderance of the evidence. Did you hear that instruction?
Yes.
All right, would you set aside anything you know about jury service, particularly the standards, okay, that you had to implement in that case, and follow the instruction that I give you? All right, any problem at all doing that? Okay. All right. Ms. Samak? All right, when did you serve?
I think in 1990, here in Lake County.
Do you remember what kind of case it was?
Yeah, it was two younger kids who were in a car accident, and one friend was suing the other friend for damages.
Okay, so that was a civil case, like this is a civil case. Do you remember any of the jury instructions from that?
Vaguely.
Okay, I hope it's vaguely. If you remembered them specifically, I'd be a little concerned about you. But you,
I remember the process vaguely.
okay, so will you be able to judge this case based solely on the evidence you hear and the instructions I give you?
Yes.
Any problem doing that?
No.
Okay. Anybody else in the jury box? Okay. Let's go to Ms. Webster, go ahead.
It was, well over 20 years ago. It was a shoplifting case at Joseph Horn, so how long has Joseph Horn been?
Long time.
Very long.
Okay.
So it was quite a while.
All right. Anything about that case that would make you unable to serve as a juror in this case?
No.
All right. And who else had their hand up? Let's go, Ms. Connor, go ahead.
It was probably about 30 years ago, right across the hall, the next
In this hallway?
Yeah,
Okay,
Judge Jackson was the judge, I remember that. One of them was the prosecutor.
okay,
That's all I really know.
all right. Anything about that service that would prevent you from being fair to both sides in this case? Anything about that case at all that would get in the way of you sitting here? Okay. And who else? All right. Number 24, Ms. Schneider, go ahead.
It was at least 10 years ago. It was a substance use case.
Was it in this courthouse?
It was.
Do you remember who the judge was?
No, I didn't.
All right. Anything about that case that would prevent you from being fair to both sides in this case?
Not at all.
You understand that the burden of proof in that case was beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, it's a preponderance of the evidence. Any issue with that?
No.
Okay. All right, who else? All right, and that's Ms. Joels. Go ahead.
It was probably 15 years ago. I was here in the Lake County Courthouse. And that's about all I can tell you about it.
Do you remember if it was criminal or civil?
It was civil.
All right. You don't remember what kind of case it was? All right. Any issue with you serving in that case and now serving in this case? Okay. And who else? I saw another hand back there. Ms. Stratbeck? Go ahead.
It was 3 or 4 years ago. It was actually in your courthouse, the courtroom. It was a burglary.
So it was here, in this courtroom? Anything about that service that would prevent you from being fair in this case? All right. You understand the difference in the burden of proof in this case and that case? All right. Finally, did you enjoy that jury service? Because I just told everybody that everybody says they likes it. Did you like it?
Yeah, it was okay.
All right. You got to give me more than that. Okay. All right. That's right. I did tell you that. Anybody else? Okay. Now, has anybody in this panel ever been involved in a lawsuit? Meaning, have you sued anybody or been sued by anybody in the past? Okay, Ms. Simsich, go ahead, tell me about it.
It was probably in 2000. My husband went in business with my son-in-law, and we ended up having to sue my son-in-law because he didn't take care of the business, wanted the money. It was my husband's money that was put up for the business. But unfortunately, we never got to a jury because my son-in-law was insistent on making a plea deal. So we never really went through the case.
All right, was it,
And I might add, we've not spoken to my daughter or my son-in-law or my grandchildren since that day,
that's unfortunate. How long ago was that?
over 20 years.
All right. Now, you said he made a plea deal. Did they charge him criminally for that? Or was it just you filing a lawsuit?
Yeah, we just, because we expected compensation from him
Right,
and he didn't want to pay what we wanted.
okay,
We made an offer and my husband
okay,
just, and
all right. And what, was that in this county?
yes.
All right, is there anything about that process, I mean, the situation's terrible, but anything about the process itself that would make you unable to serve as a juror? Okay. Can you set aside all that you know about lawsuits based on your experience and decide this case based only on the facts and the law that I give you? Okay, thank you. In the jury box here. Yes,
If your wife was,
Mr. Toms?
yes, correct.
Okay,
If your wife was involved, is that considered?
Yeah, tell-
also me?
tell me about it.
We were, it was due to a car accident she was involved in.
Okay,
So we ended up getting sued civilly or through the insurance,
right.
however that worked out.
All right, did that case go to trial?
It was not trial.
All right. How much did you know about the case as it went along from your wife?
Not much.
Okay. Anything about that experience that would prevent you from being fair in this case?
I don't think so.
Okay. I mean, there's nothing about that case that caused you irritation that she was being sued?
A
Or,
little bit from the beginning, absolutely.
okay, all right. And then by the time it was over with, did you put that behind you then?
Kind of forgot about it.
Okay, all right, until now, right? Okay. All right, anybody else up here? Yes, Ms. Markgraf?
Yes, since you said it would involve if a spouse
Okay,
had a lawsuit, then I need to disclose that.
go ahead, tell me about it.
My husband sued his company for what he thought was dismissal that was not, that was subject to his age. So
Okay.
or age discrimination kind of, and that was in Cleveland.
How long ago was that, roughly?
That was in 1992.
Okay. And how long did that case go to trial?
It did.
And were you at the trial? Were you at the trial?
I was,
All right, were you there the whole time?
yes.
All right, what did you think of the process?
I loved it.
Okay.
I like watching jury shows and I like courtroom
Okay.
discussions and I don't know.
Anything about that case that would prevent you from being fair to either side in this case? Okay, so your husband was on the plaintiff's side in that case. Would you automatically favor the plaintiff because they brought the lawsuit? Or would you give both sides an equal shot and equal consideration?
Yeah, I would be fair.
Okay, what's your favorite show that you like to watch related to the law?
I like Bull.
Huh?
Bull.
Okay. All right, anybody else in the box here? All right, in the back. All right, back to Ms. Joels, go ahead.
In 1986, I was in a car accident, and so in 1987, I had to sue the other driver and her insurance for damages.
All right, did that case go to a trial?
Yes,
And where was that trial? What county was that?
St. Clair County.
All right, and how did that case come out?
I was rewarded damages.
Okay. Now, anything about that case that will make you be unfair to either party in this case? Okay. All right, who else? Let's see, number 27, Ms. Stropback, go ahead.
I was in a car accident in the early 80s, and we ended up suing the driver who hit me.
All right, did that case go to a trial?
Yes,
Man, I can't believe it. All these civil cases that went to trial. Did you prevail in that trial?
I did.
All right. Anything about that case that would prevent you from being fair to either side in this case?
No,
Okay. Would you favor one side or the other?
no.
All right. And Mr. Kazmarek?
Yes, sir. My grandson is on the opposite side. He was involved in an accident and he did not have insurance. He was sued by an insurance company.
All right. How involved were you in that case?
Kept trying to let him make decisions, but as my grandson, he kept coming to me for recommendations. I also retired from a law firm. So everybody seems to think that I'm an attorney, but I'm not.
Okay. So
My law firm represented, as a debt collector, and they represented State Farm in a number of cases. I'd like to be, say I'm going to be equal, I probably do have a personal bias.
okay. Let's talk about the accident first.
He was in an accident, it was a summary judgment,
Okay.
go to trial.
All right. Anything about that process that would prevent you from being fair in this case? Beyond the State Farm stuff you talked about.
The process.
What?
Not
Okay. Anything that would set aside the process, anything about that case at all that would prevent you from being
I
fair?
don't think the damages that were awarded were anywhere near the actual damages caused.
Okay. All right, so that was that case, this is this case. Would you consider this case based only on the facts you hear in this case?
I'd like to believe that I can, but I also, through my history and my work in that, I have an opinion on insurance companies.
Okay. And you said that you were involved with, what law firm were you at?
Well, in Weinberg and Reese,
Okay.
Race Law.
Okay. What did you do there?
Information security, but I also had to go through reading the contracts, et cetera, to address concerns with information security or with contracts.
All right. So you had a fair amount of involvement with insurance companies throughout that process?
I would meet with their security people,
Uh-huh.
and again, going through and we would discuss contracts and going through specific items in the contracts back and forth, where they would say, well, it's covered here, and he said, but you countered that in this section of the contract.
Okay. So do you think with your experience that you would be more inclined to favor the plaintiff or the defendant in this case?
Right.
Okay. If, do you think you would be able to set aside that bias and decide this case based only on the testimony of witnesses and the exhibits that are admitted?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. The case with my grandson is just now been settled, or just now been judged,
Okay,
and he's going through that. And his own fault, but he keeps coming back to me, so that's coming back into my personal life.
Okay,
So that issue keeps getting raised, and I'm not cold and heartless, I'm not emotionless.
okay,
So as I hear what's gonna go on, it's the same type of case, basically, it's gonna raise those emotions, and I'd like to believe I can be fair, but I can't guarantee that.
okay.
It's not that tricky.
All right, thank you very much. All right, anybody else that I missed? Yes, sir. In the back corner, Mr. Kuiper?
Yes, sir. A similar situation, it didn't come to, it was two insurance companies fighting each other. My wife was hurt in a car accident, her neck and back, and two insurance companies, went back and forth. And, I don't have a lot of love for insurance companies.
Okay. So that case settled eventually? How long ago was that?
7 years ago,
If you are seated as a juror in this case, would you be able to be fair to both sides?
I'd like to think so.
All right, but would you?
I'd like to think so.
I know, but would you?
I don't like insurance.
Okay. Well, the insurance company, State Farm, is the defendant in this case, involving a dispute between them and the plaintiff. You don't know anything about that other than what I told you, right?
Right.
All right. Are you a fair-minded man?
I am.
All right. Would you be able to sit and listen to the testimony and look at the evidence and decide this case based on the facts?
Yes.
All right. Would you follow the law that I give you?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. All right, besides Mr. Kazmarek and his involvement with the law firm he worked at, has anybody had any prior training of it? Okay. Now, does anybody have any, and I'm going to kind of lump this together, any ethical, moral, religious, or philosophical views that would prevent you from sitting as a juror in this case? Now, my expectation in talking to the lawyers is this is probably a 2-day trial. And I know that everybody who comes in here, a lot of people have work obligations, family obligations, sunny day obligations, okay? But other than those normal things that everybody has to deal with, is there anybody that would not be able to sit here as a juror over the course of a couple of days? Number 10, Mr. Madia? Tell me about it.
I have an 84-year-old father with dementia who is currently in step down at Lake West Hospital with pneumonia and COVID, and I'm his primary caregiver.
Okay.
So for me to not be around for him would be very difficult for me.
Okay. Anybody else? Does anybody have any physical problems that prevents them from sitting for periods of time? They would have to sit and listen to this. And just so you know, usually in the neighborhood of every hour and a half to an hour 45, we always take a break. Anybody have any problems sitting for that length of time? Okay. We've had some discussion primarily with Mr. Kazmarek and Mr. Kuiper about their feelings on various issues, but has anybody formed any opinion as you've been sitting here for the last half hour or so about how this case should come out? All right, in a minute here, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Diulio to counsel you or to question you on behalf of the plaintiff. Then Ms. Thompson will ask you questions on behalf of the defendant. I want to remind you that the attorneys for the parties have active roles in this case. They will question you, all right, on voir dire. They'll make opening statements, question witnesses, make objections, and make final closing arguments. Please remember that the attorneys in this case are not witnesses. And what they say or what they do is not evidence. Evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses, the exhibits admitted during trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts that I require you to accept as true. Since it's your duty to decide this case based solely on the evidence as it's later defined for you, you must not consider as evidence any statement or act of any attorney made during the trial, including this voir dire process. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Thank you all so much for being here. As the judge said, this really is an important process. I've got a few questions to go through just to find out a little bit more about your background. The first thing I want to know, does anyone here live in a condo or in a condo association? No answer? Great. Does anybody have any experience in the world of construction or roofing? All right, let's start from number 16.
I was carpenter for about 20 years, did a little bit of flat roofing.
Okay.
Really didn't get into shingles, and I didn't do that much roofing.
All right. Were you owning the company or working for somebody
I
else?
was looking for others.
And when you say flat roofing, was it mostly residential, commercial?
Almost totally commercial.
Did you have any experience in trying to identify, what type of damage roofing had, whether it was storm damage or, old age or things like that?
Yeah, a few times I was sent out to try to track a leak. Was fairly successful with it.
Okay. And did you ever work with insurance companies when you were acting as a contractor? Did you have any type of training when it comes to determining, if this damage is from a storm or this damage is from your roof being old or?
No, the only thing that would be on that order was if you had high winds, that might be, or you had a snow dam, ice dams that you start looking off the flat sheet. Where normally you're looking for on a flat deck. That's all for that.
Okay. Do you think you could, any of that experience, you could set aside and have no preconceived notions between the parties? This case involves some storm damage to roofing, so that you could set aside that, any, not knowledge, but any bias you may have one way or another and decide this case fairly?
Yes.
I think there was a few other hands in the back for construction. Number, 26, thank you.
I'm an excavating contractor, and I work sometimes with associations and repairs, piping, water repairs and stuff, fire line repairs.
Is
Wait,
all
Hold
of
on,
your-
hold on. You gotta make sure you keep your voice up so Kathy can get it down, okay? All right.
All right, we start over.
Sure, why don't you?
Okay, I'm an excavating, I have a small excavating company, been in business for about 40 years. And, I work with associations, condo associations, sometimes they contract that out to a different company. So I work with a company, they contract to, we do replacements of piping, water lines, fire maintenance, sewer repairs.
All right, is all of your work associated with excavating or ground level work versus things like roofing?
It is, I mean, I know a lot of the roofers, we do a lot of stuff with contractors. I run into the same subtrades. Yeah, actually, I've got certain roofers that I prefer to work with.
Gotcha.
Because they do a better job than others.
Fair enough. Do you think you could set aside any bias you may or may not have associated with either roofing or construction and decide this case based on the facts that you hear?
Perfect.
Was there another hand in the back? Number 30?
Mason.
All right. And when it comes to work, were you doing commercial, residential? Do you have any experience when it comes to roofing? Can you tell me about that?
Parapet walls, currently working in Shaker Townhouse, parapets with, so we're asking to come back.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part. Roof has to come back and,
Once the roof is cut back, and it'll be built on, so that's the process.
do you work often with flat roofing systems?
This is a flat now.
I'm sorry?
It's a flat roof I'm working on now, yes.
Right, but do you do it, in essence, is this rare that you're working on a flat roof or do you do it pretty regularly?
Fairly regular, we're a restoration company that works on the swing stage staff.
Do you have any experience in determining the cause of damage to a flat roofing system, i.e. whether it's wind damage from a storm or from, age?
That's not what I do, but 30+ years. I feel like I have an opinion.
Fair enough. Do you think you could set aside any biases you may or may not have and decide this case based off of the facts that you hear?
Absolutely.
Anyone else with any type of construction or roofing experience? We've missed number 20.
My only construction experience was when I retired out of the electric utility in town here. Did a lot of work with the electrical infrastructure, overhead and underground. Storm damage assessment, our, of course, was all on the electric grid part, poles, transformers, replacing those where you had on transformers and damage. No real roofing, just homeowner roofing experience.
When you say homeowner roofing experience, what do you mean?
Reshingle the shed, put a metal roof on a shed, or, patch up a little roof leak someplace, but tube of cement. But never professionally for a living working on roofs.
When you were doing the storm damage assessment for the electrical wires, did you ever cross over with any of the roofing contractors that were also doing storm damage assessment?
No.
Do you have any experience or opinions when it comes to the storm damage to roofing systems, the cause of it or otherwise?
Usually wind damage, the biggest thing, you see sometimes, I just go by and see a roof peel back as soon as wind damage and all that. Did not deal with roofing contracts for the most part, that was my job.
Do you think you could set aside any biases you may or may not have associated with that, decide this case based on the facts and evidence that you hear?
Yes, I
Great, appreciate that. Anyone else? Any other construction roofing experience? Thanks. How many people own the property where they live? You just raise your hand, I'll just take your numbers down. All right, that's 1, 2, let's do it this way. How many people don't own the property where they live? That'll be a little bit easier for numbers ones. 8, 10, and 18. How many people are insured by State Farm? Raise your hand. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 18, 21. For those of you who are insured by State Farm, obviously State Farm's on the other side of this case. Does that create any bias for you going through? So let's start, what was the number 2, I think, Bruno? Would you have any bias in this case you believe because you are insured by State Farm, you wouldn't want to find in favor against them? How about number 4?
I don't know, we just replaced our roof.
Okay, can you tell me about that?
From the storm damage last year,
Okay.
and they were incredible. So that could be a tough one for me, because they really took good care of us.
Do you think that creates a little bit of bias you may not be able to set aside?
It possibly could, yes.
All right, thank you so much for that.
Sure, number 4, when was that done?
They replaced the roof in February of this year.
Okay, and how old was that roof?
The roof was about 15 years old, and
Okay.
it was completely damaged by the storm last year.
Okay. Now,
And they replaced the whole roof.
okay, so in your specific case, you were happy with what they did?
Extremely.
Okay. So, other than what I told you and what you've heard for the last 45 minutes or 50 minutes, you don't know anything about this case, right?
No.
All right. If, in this case, you decided that the plaintiff met their burden of proof by a preponderance of the evidence, would you be able to decide, if you found that as a deliberating juror, would you be able to decide in favor of the plaintiff?
I think so.
Okay. Well, is there some circumstance where you can envision that you believe, after hearing the evidence and deliberating with the other jurors, that you believe that they have proven their case? Is there some situation where you would decide against them?
No,
All right. Even though it's State Farm?
it's gonna be tough, but no.
Okay. Now,
I'm a little biased to them,
well, you're happy with what they did,
yes,
all right? You're glad you have State Farm?
yes.
Okay. And some people, we may get this in the next several minutes, some people are unhappy with State Farm, right?
I'm very happy.
Now, I know you are, but there are probably people out there unhappy with State Farm, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think those people should automatically decide against State Farm because they don't like State Farm?
Probably not.
I mean, they, if you're a, do you follow football at all?
No.
Well, I should probably save this for somebody else, but one of the main spokespeople for State Farm is a quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs. One of their rivals is the Raiders. Now, there'd be Raiders fans that don't like State Farm because they don't like Mahomes advertising for State Farm. So I guess the long and short of it is, despite your being a customer at State Farm, I just want to ensure that you can be fair to both sides and base your decision, what happens here, and, okay, thank you. Mr. Daly, go ahead.
Thank you. Number 5, you said you also have State Farm? All right. Do you think you could set, well, let me ask you this, do you have any experience working with State Farm for any claims on your property? And were those positive or negative experiences? Does that form any bias for you in not wanting to potentially find against State Farm or seeing evidence more favorable to them because it comes from State Farm? So you could set aside, if you had any bias, you'd be able to set it aside and decide this case. Number 6.
I have no problem with it.
Do you have any experience working with State Farm?
Just with car claims, that kind of thing.
And were those good or bad or neutral experiences?
It's good.
Does that form any bias for you when it comes to deciding this case with State Farm, obviously on the other side?
No.
Did you also see you at State Farm?
Yes.
Any experience with them?
Yes.
What was the experience with State Farm?
Car claims are roof.
And were those positive or negative or neutral?
All positive.
Does that form any bias that you would believe State Farm more because of your good experiences with them? So you could set aside any of your experiences, decide this case based on the facts that you hear?
Not with facts, whatever.
All right, who else was on the list?
12, 18, 20.
All right, number 12. You said you also had State Farm?
Yes.
Any experience?
Nothing, after listening to being biased.
Great, thank you. 18. Do you have any experience with State Farm?
Yes,
Can you tell me about that?
just car claims.
Positive, negative, neutral?
Positive.
And does that form any bias that you'd be more likely to believe any evidence from them versus the plaintiff?
Not at all.
And you could decide this case based off the facts that you hear?
Yes.
Great.
21.
21.
Yes,
Do you have any experience with State Farm?
I have,
Can you tell me about that?
car claim,
And positive, negative, neutral?
positive.
Does that, go ahead.
So my agent is my wife's close friend, and I have a close friend that also works for State Farm out of the national office, or some issue.
Sure. Do you think any of those relationships have formed any bias? Again, that you'd be more likely to believe information coming from State Farm versus somebody else because of those relationships. You can set aside anything that you may or may not have and decide this case based on the facts and evidence that you hear?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. Anything else? I think that, did I miss anybody for the State Farm? Oh, 16.
Yeah, it was my fault.
Oh, no worries.
I was trying to check my card.
So I think you probably haven't had to deal with them then if,
Yeah, we've had them for decades. I did have one claim over all the years, and they took care of it. Neighbor, tree branch fell on my wife's car.
so you've heard me ask you a whole bunch, but does that experience, would that make you more likely to believe State Farm for this case and the evidence they present?
No.
If you had any bias, could you set it aside and decide this case based on the facts you hear?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Anyone else? Did I miss anybody else for the State Farm questions? Great, thank you guys. Has anybody dealt with property damage claims at their own property? Any property damage claims, so the roofing, water damage, things like that, we've dealt with insurance. All right, 11, 6, 7, 1, 16, 17, 19, 20, and 24. All right. Can you tell me about the claim yet?
Well, this is like over 30 years ago. We don't really live in a house anymore, but the tree fell on the house, on the roof, all the way across the roof. And I believe, I'm not 100% sure because we switched house and car insurance, but I believe it was with rain. And we covered everything. We had absolutely no problems with them.
Do you think your experience with insurance would sway you to believe one side or the other?
No.
Okay, so, moving 4, oh, please, I apologize. 6?
Yeah.
Tell me about your experience.
So I had some water damage to, when we had those heavy rains back in 2007 or so. And tried to make a claim, but they wouldn't accept it.
Does that experience in any way bias you to believe one side or the other more in this case?
No.
Correct. Did you agree with
Yeah.
the one we talked about before?
Yeah.
Same situation, you unbiased when it comes to deciding the facts of this case?
Correct, thanks.
What other complaints do we have in the back? All right, so 16, I think, is no one else in the back row, right? Good. 16.
We got one over here, number
Oh,
11.
I'm so sorry.
Number 11.
11, sorry.
Basement flooded out, 2007,
Okay.
comes with the claim.
You had problems or no problems? And with that situation, in any way bias you here to believe the insurance company more than the plaintiff? All right, thank you so much. Number 16.
Yeah, it was the same accident, or my wife's car was in the driveway.
Gotcha.
That's it.
And same, obviously same answers then, no bias for this case?
Correct.
All right. 17?
House fire. My headache wasn't really with the insurance company, it was with the restoration company though, but no bias.
All right. What happened with the restoration company?
They did a terrible job.
Didn't tear out, didn't take enough out?
They didn't clean any of the stuff and they actually took some of my property, so.
Thanks. Yeah, understandably. Anything about that situation that would bias you for this case? All right. 18, yeah, oh no, 19, I'm sorry. Yeah, 19.
Yeah, I had a claim for water damage, needed some insurance, and
Okay.
they settled, everything was fine.
Was it a pipe break or roof leak?
It was a, ice maker leak.
Okay. Anything about that situation that would bias you to believe the insurance company more or less than the plaintiff?
No.
Number 20?
Yeah, a couple different homes, different insurance companies. First one, tree came down and kind of extensive roof damage. Same tree came down shortly after again and took out a car. And current home, the tree came down, it was crushed, the shed.
Oh.
But the insurance companies took care of everything and, everything came out well.
Maybe next time don't live by trees. Right?
Bought the new house, planted trees, they said that was gonna be a lesson.
Anything about those experiences that would create a bias for one side or the other in this case?
No, like I said, overall came out well, and they did their duties and took care of family.
And in essence, what I'm getting at, just because if they did that right, would that make you assume that they're doing everything right in this claim? Or would you base your decision on the facts that you hear at this case?
Yeah, hear the facts.
Thank you. 29. 29 was the next one. Did you raise your hand?
Oh.
Yeah.
Lightning strike right by AC unit, it was probably 6-7 years ago.
Okay.
Replacement motion.
And anything about that situation that would make you more likely to believe an insurance company versus the plaintiff? All right. Did I miss anybody? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Roof water damage,
Okay. And how did that claim go?
went fine.
Anything about that experience that would make you more likely to believe the insurance company in this case than the plaintiff? Thank you so much. Anyone else that I may have missed? I apologize. Great, thank you. Is anyone familiar with the storm from November 15th, 2020? I know that's a long shot, it was a long time ago, I have to ask the question, just to the extent someone might recall it. November 15th, 2020. Does anybody know Cambridge Village Condo Association? Anyone familiar with that property? A few. In the back, it's 20, 25, right, 26? Anyone else? And 23. So number 20, how do you know Cambridge Village?
Over the years, I've had several people I've known that have lived there or currently live there. And I drive by it all the time, it's kind of my neighborhood. And then again, at work, my last position, that was my service territory. We were in there doing electrical repairs. When there issues would come up with electric distribution, we'd have crews out there. I'd have to maybe put the job packs together or take care of all the inventory materials.
You don't have to tell me what they are, but do you have any opinions about the condition of the property based off of the people you know there, your work there?
Yeah, I have a definite opinion.
And do you believe that that opinion would sway your decision in this case that involves obviously the roofing systems of the property regarding the damage?
I think I would have to listen to the evidence, try to base this particular situation on the evidence presented by both sides. Put my opinion aside.
Fair enough. 25?
I own a heating air conditioning company, and we do a lot of work in Cambridge. The previous property management company, we removed and replaced air conditioners on the roofs as they were having roofs redone. That was some years ago.
And as a result, do you have any opinions, and you don't have to tell me what they are, but regarding the condition of the property one way or another? Have you ever personally been up on the roofs?
Yeah.
And when was the last time you were personally up there?
Long time.
Over 10 years?
Yes.
Anything about that that you believe would bias you one way or another for either side regarding this claim?
No.
26?
Yeah, just friends of kids from school that grew up together, lived there, that's all.
Do you go, are they friends close enough that you go visit them?
Well, they don't live there anymore.
Okay.
This is absolutely,
So when was the last time you think you were at the property? Oh, okay, all right, fair enough. No, no, anything about that situation that would create any bias for you one way or another on this claim? I thought there was one more. 23, yes.
I just knew people that lived there, but it was a very long time ago.
All right, so when was the last time you were there?
70.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Anything about that situation that would affect your bias in this case? Thank you. Did I miss anyone else that knows Cambridge or anything about Cambridge? No, thank you guys. All right, anybody work with or for insurance companies? With or for insurance companies? 15 and 18. 15, and 29. 15.
Progressive Insurance,
What do you do for Progressive?
senior media specialist,
What is, do you just,
advertising,
Sorry.
we do all our advertising that you see on TV.
okay, fair enough. Do you believe that as a result, you might have bias for an insurance company, in this case State Farm, in deciding the facts of this case? 18?
I work for Progressive.
I forgot, what are the chances? Okay. What do you do for Progressive?
I'm a processor. I just work on the computer, not claims, just policies, state reported stuff.
Can you just give me a little more information on
Like
that?
certain states, you have to, people, like Florida, you have to report if you have insurance, and then I'll have, where I have to make sure the record was sent. And just sending records to states, basically.
Okay, would you consider it a clerical type work behind the scenes,
Yeah,
or?
it's behind the scenes.
Gosh, do you have any involvement with claims in any way?
No, I used to take claims calls occasionally, but that was years ago.
And when you would take claims calls, what would you, like,
I would
when you
just
first
document
report?
yeah, they would call reporting a claim, and I would document the information, what happened, and then it would go to a claim specialist.
And how long ago was that? You said it was years ago.
It had to have been probably 10 years ago, probably.
And how long were you doing that job?
I was only on it when needed, when it got backed up, so periodically, maybe for a year.
Anyone, there was one other hand, is one, oh, yes.
In mortgage lending.
What number is that, 20?
I'm sorry, 29.
So I'm in lending, and so I work with insurance companies all the time, setting up policies for when they, set up mortgages, but I also work with associations and homeowners all the time too, so.
And any bias that you believe you would have one way or another in this case? Do you work with claims at all, or deal with claims in any way? And 18, I don't think I officially asked, although I think it was implied. Is there any bias that you would have in this case as a result of your work with Progressive? Is there any other reason that we've brought up a bunch of other stuff now, question wise, anything that has come up that anyone believes would create any type of bias for this case that we haven't talked about yet? No? Thank you all so very much, I truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Fortunately, I don't have a bunch of additional questions, just a couple extra things. There's a couple other names I wanted to mention. There's going to be, you heard Mike Vasilini is here. Mike's first grandchild is on the way currently, so Mike will probably not be here this afternoon. So there's another person, it's John Verland. Yeah, John Verland. Does anybody know John? Oh, good. I mentioned that. Okay, what about Carlisle Management? Is anybody familiar with them? Has anybody had a bad experience with an insurance company that hasn't been talked about yet? Yes.
Well, it's State Farm. I was a client of theirs for 37 years, and I had literally no claims, and we had 3 claims in 2 years, and they dropped us.
Was that recently?
About 5, 6 years ago.
Okay. What kind of claims did you have?
They were auto.
Auto. Anybody else? Yes. What's your number?
28.
28.
Different grandson. Was hit, Progressive was an insurance company for both sides. Was hit, car came across the lane, ran him over, and my insurance company tried doing a 10% claim on his part so that both claims could go. And it wasn't until I had threatened to get a lawyer before that was cleared up. They also tried to total the motorcycle, it was a motorcycle my motorcycle that I gave them, that they ran over. They tried to total it, and when I got it done, it was only $400 of damage. So they wanted to total it and take the bike, and it's like, no. So we had to fight for it, because I wasn't. Took care.
Okay.
About 3 years ago.
Great, thank you, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, 26.
About, seems the other gentleman, about 20 years ago, we had Prudential, probably 20-some years of service with them, and we had 3 claims in the same year, the tree that kept falling down. So we had 3 claims, moved to the new house, went to get insurance, they said, no, we're not gonna insure you, because you had 3 claims in a 1-year period or something.
And your new house had trees too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, okay, after 20-some years of paying every month, they didn't want insurance.
Okay. Were you able to get insurance for someone else? All right.
Okay, I have one up here, Ms. Thompson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
We were also dropped by State Farm.
That's number 13.
Claims, I guess, 13, I'm sorry. But it worked out better for us because we saved money with another company.
One other all over the state, so, and it seems like there's a lot of random connections and things here, so I thought I better check. So, I believe that is all that I have, though. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you to go out in the hallway. When we bring you back inside, the 9 individuals who are going to be jurors in this case will be identified, and the remainder will be excused. Now, I know some of you know each other, based on my questioning earlier. When you go out in the hallway, you all can talk to anybody you want to talk to about anything you want to talk about, except what we've talked about the last hour and 15 minutes, okay? Completely off limits. All right, so Bob will round you up. I would expect probably in the neighborhood of 20 minutes, we'll get you back in here, okay?
All rise for the jury.
You can start going. All right, have a seat. All right, I'm going to excuse number 10 because of her situation involving her 84-year-old father. And I'm also going to excuse 28 because he's indicated that after lengthy questioning that he would not be able to be fair. Does the plaintiff have any others they would like excused for cause?
Yes, Your Honor. Numbers 4.
Oh, let's take them one at a time.
Sure. Your Honor, number 4 had indicated that she had, State Farm was relatively consistent in saying that she would have a hard time setting aside her bias. While she said that she was hopeful that she could believe she could ultimately do so, it was pretty clear that that was difficult. And candidly, given the lack of other for-cause issues, at least the plaintiff has, I don't believe there would be any harm in dismissing her as a result of that bias.
Ms. Thompson?
I mean, I thought that she seemed like she would take in the evidence and hear everything. So I thought that her answers on additional questioning demonstrated that she would be fair and impartial.
All right, I think that in the end, she decided that she would be fair to the plaintiff. I'm going to leave her. Next one.
Your Honor, the only other one would be number 20. He has indicated some relatively extensive experience with Cambridge Village, both inspecting the property and forming opinions regarding its condition. That would obviously have impact on the facts of this case, and as such, we'd ask that he be dismissed for cause.
Ms. Thompson?
I mean, I thought that he said he would listen to the evidence. I didn't think he appeared particularly biased, just was knowledgeable of the property. I didn't get the sense that he had any bias or it demonstrated one.
He's an electrician, right?
Right.
Yes, Your Honor. He had indicated he was at the property on a regular basis and did form an opinion regarding its condition. That is the basis of the objection for cause.
All right, I'm going to excuse 20. Any others from the plaintiff?
That's it, Your Honor, for the plaintiff.
Okay, for the defense for cause?
None for cause, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, I'm going to, all right, so 10, 20, and 28 are gone. And then I'm going to give you guys a few minutes, consider your peremptories, and we'll go one after the other, okay?
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
this one?
27.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like you get 3.
Right.
And nobody really stood out from the legs.
No, I
Like
don't think
she,
so.
when she went through it, she said she prevailed, but she was kind of pissed at everybody.
Mm-hmm.
She was against the 2 insurance companies
Mm-hmm.
fighting,
Mhm.
wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Yeah, got to
She's
make
not
them
necessarily
anyway.
State Farm either, though.
Right.
So she just seemed to have
Right.
a bias against the insurance
What
companies.
did you
But
think of 13? The one who loves the legal stuff.
that's a good question.
She also got kicked off by State Farm for having too many claims. So she could be sympathetic. Who was the other guy who got kicked off? Somebody else. I just quit.
Well, I mean, I think
Show number 9, 37 years of no
Yeah.
claims. He's gotta go.
he seemed like a solid boy.
Yeah.
Like, well, yeah, I would say him.
Yeah.
13 didn't bother me. Like, you don't know if she's going to be. Like, she would listen to everybody. You
I think
know,
so,
whether,
yeah.
Whether she'd be playing for defense or you don't really know this yet.
Right.
And he didn't say anything till the end, really. That was what was odd about him. Like,
Yeah.
it kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I
stuff for
agree.
him canceled, maybe. Well, okay.
Right.
Sorry.
You're good.
I know that's some levity in
I know, right?
There is another one over here, another guy that had an issue, but he can jump out at me really being that
Yeah.
about, I can't remember if it was State Farm or insurance or anything.
I mean, they'll probably be right
Do you think it matters where people live?
more mention one of those stores.
There was a storm tornado in their winter last year.
I feel like they'll get me some of the dumpster fire too. Okay, so I think it's interesting.
That's odd. It's more obvious.
I know.
It just stands out.
It's so hard.
Why?
Okay, let me look at some of them. Right there.
I'm gonna look through your notes. What'd you think of the guy with the glasses? That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you're not gonna get to him. What'd you say? Yeah, that makes sense. But she should be. expense. Good for life, but the problem is
You can tell I don't know shit, so.
that's better.
Okay, so let's issue.
They tend to be harsher with punishments.
Yeah.
Are we all set, council?
I am. Linda?
Yes,
Ready to roll?
thank you.
Judge, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't really, it's like kind of a crap, well, it's a crapshoot anyway.
Right. Yeah.
You don't recognize anybody, right? You don't recognize anyone?
Did you receive the, or read the book, The Time They Killed John Grisham, his first? So I reread it
Oh,
about
yeah.
2 weeks ago, I reread it.
Okay.
Then I read, and he has two other, at least two, where Jake Brigance, the Matthew McConaughey character,
Oh, yeah.
he wrote them with more stories with him in it. So I just read, I think it's the third one. I think I missed the second one. I'll go back and read it.
Yeah.
But it's 5 years after that one.
Yeah.
So, and when he's picking the jury, I mean, it's also a death involved. And when he's picking the jury and going through it, there's a lot more at stake.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more obvious things.
Yes.
Like this was like kind of like, who gives a shit, really?
Right, exactly.
Nobody really, until that guy did.
Yes.
I mean, he was the most obvious, but the other ones, like, I don't know.
Right, right. No, I agree.
I'm trying to think of when that other one was, when I was here, if it was during COVID or not. It may have been during COVID, which is why everybody wanted to get out of it too. And
Yeah.
he would say, it was funny, he goes, well, we see people, when he first started doing it, because we're doing it in here, like, they're not 6 feet apart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was,
The outline courts
and
were
then they
never great
started
about that.
doing it at the administration building, I'm not sure, I think it's over there.
Mhm.
And apparently they have a bigger room and they could do it. So after the initial ones, they started spreading out, and that made people a little bit
Yeah.
more at ease. But still, I mean, think about it, all of us were kind of like that, we didn't know what the hell
Right.
like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
And
I had a couple of trials during that time. It was nuts. We had plastic
yeah,
boxes. We call them what do we call them?
the
Plastic
penalty box.
coffins.
Oh, okay.
We call them plastic
I always
coffins.
thought they looked like a penalty box in hockey. Where
They did. They did also that. That's a good point.
It depends on
Yeah.
if they were.
Yeah.
they were scared or not.
Right.
May have John come in the morning, but he has something else. But I'm just thinking, if I do that, cause I don't know, what if the baby's born late or something, and I don't know, we'll see. I don't wanna add a third person, if it's just me and John. So
Yeah.
if he can come, I'll talk to Missy at halftime at the break.
Okay.
And then we'll see.
Yeah.
And then I'll come for the afternoon tomorrow, cause I don't think that'll be a problem, but.
I don't know that we'll really have much in there.
Or maybe I'll just have him on standby and let him go tonight. He'd probably be okay with that too.
Right.
All right, we all set?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, for the plaintiff,
Your Honor, I don't think there's going to be a large surprise on our first one, number 4.
okay? All right. Defense,
Number 9, Your Honor.
you said 9?
Yes.
All right, plaintiff,
Number 7, Your Honor.
defense,
Number 16.
all right, for plaintiff,
Number 3, Your Honor.
and last one for the defense.
Number 14, Your Honor.
Okay, so just to make sure, for the plaintiff, 4, 7, and 3, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for the defense, 9, 16, 14, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so the first 8 follow along are number 1, number 2, number 5, number 6, number 8, number 11, and number 12. Is that correct? Everybody square with that?
Is number 1 actually 31? Just
Well, she's number 1 for now.
Up here,
She was
right,
moved from-
okay.
Yeah.
All right, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Your Honor, I might have missed, but did you only
Wait.
name 7?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
All right, so
I was gonna say,
number 13, I'm just seeing if Mike's paying attention
Yeah.
over here. Number 13 would be the 8th one. Is that what everybody has?
Yes.
All right, so that makes 15 the alternate. Is there a challenge to 15?
No, Your Honor.
None for me.
Okay. Now, 15 doesn't know she's the alternate until right at the very end, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
All right, anything else before we get started?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Nothing. Thank you.
Okay. After we get these guys sworn in, then I will give about 10 minutes of preliminary instructions, and we'll start with opening.
But if that's the case, Your Honor, maybe we have a brief recess for a restroom break, just since the attorneys didn't get a chance to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
that was your best decision all day, Your Honor.
Please don't hold my client against me.
Now, at this point, I'm going to give you some, again, some more preliminary jury instructions, and then once I finish with that, then we'll have opening statements of counsel, then we'll begin the trial, okay? All right, evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses and the exhibits admitted during the trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts the court requires you to accept is true. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial or both. Direct evidence is the testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which he or she testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include the opening statements or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You may apply the tests of truthfulness which you apply in your daily lives. These tests may include, but are not limited to, the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the manner of testifying, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testified, the accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, intelligence, interest, and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you will assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because they were under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should not decide any issue of fact merely on the basis of the number of witnesses who testify on each side of such issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence would be the force and weight of the evidence regardless of the number of witnesses on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness believed by you is sufficient to prove any fact. It is important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not discuss it with you or in your presence. Do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. You will be provided the lanyards to wear. Please wear them so the attorneys, parties, and witnesses know that you are jurors and off-limit to them for conversation and contact. It may be difficult for you to understand why you may not discuss this case among yourselves until it is finally submitted to you. You will receive the opening statements, the evidence, the instructions of law, and the arguments of counsel. It would be unfair to discuss the case among yourselves before you receive everything necessary to reach an informed decision. You should explain this rule prohibiting discussion of the case to your family and friends. When the trial is over and your jury duty is complete, you will be released from that instruction. At that time, you may discuss the case and your experiences as a juror. The court instructs you not to converse with the attorneys, parties, or witnesses during the trial. Likewise, the participants of the trial must not converse with you at any time until after the case is concluded. If anyone should attempt to discuss the case with you, report the incident to me or the bailiff immediately. Do not investigate or attempt to obtain additional information about this case outside of the courtroom. It is improper for any of you to attempt to do so. You are instructed not to read, view, or listen to any report in any media on the subject of this trial. Do not permit anyone to read or comment upon any reports in your presence. Such reports may be incomplete and are often inaccurate. You may only consider and decide this case upon the evidence received at the trial. If you acquire any information from an outside source, you must report it. If you realize during the course of the trial you have personal knowledge of the facts of this case, inform the bailiff as soon as possible. During the course of this trial, a number of exhibits and testimony relating to the exhibits may be introduced. You will determine what weight, if any, the exhibits should be given in light of all of the evidence. Jurors will be permitted to take notes during the trial. Jurors will not be permitted to ask questions of witnesses. It is the responsibility of the lawyers to present all the evidence necessary for you to decide the issues in this case. You will not be permitted access to transcripts of witness testimony during your deliberations. Please be aware that once deliberations have begun, you may not have contact with anyone other than your fellow jurors and the bailiff. At that point, you will not be able to make any phone calls. We will give you advance warning when we're getting close to the end of the case, so you may let the necessary people know that you will be out of contact once the deliberations begin. You can be reached for emergencies, but if you are called out of the jury room, you will not be able to return. I'm going to give you what is called the admonition. It's a standing court order that applies throughout the trial. I will remind you of a shortened version of that admonition at every recess, but if I forget to do so, it still applies. You have been selected as jurors in this case. We've taken the time to seat a neutral jury so this case can be decided based only on what the courtroom side influences. You are required to decide this case based solely on the evidence that is presented to you in the courtroom. It is my role as a judge to determine what evidence is admissible and what evidence is not admissible. It would be a violation of your duties and unfair to the parties if you should obtain other information about the case, which might be information that is not admissible as evidence. You must carefully listen to and evaluate all the evidence. Do not reach any conclusions until you have heard all the evidence, my instructions of law, and the arguments of counsel. Otherwise, you will have an incomplete picture of the case. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. The reason for this is you might be given information or an opinion that could alter the way in which you view the evidence or the instructions or even how this case should come out. Such an opinion or conclusion will be based on an incomplete or inaccurate view of the evidence and therefore would be clearly unfair. In addition, you must not try to get any information from any other source. This ban on outside information also includes any personal investigation, looking into news accounts, talking to possible witnesses, or any act that would otherwise affect the fairness and impartiality that you must have as a juror. You must not have contact with anyone about this case other than me and the court employees. This includes any use of social media regarding this case or any aspect of your jury service during the trial. And I want to stress that if you are somebody who is on social media and you indicate that you are on social media, then you're going to get bombarded with questions about what you're doing, what the case is, and then you'll get all kinds of information that would be irrelevant to this case. So if you are on social media, please do not indicate that you are serving on a jury. If anyone tries to contact you about the case directly or indirectly, do not allow that person to have contact with you. If any person persists in contacting you or in speaking with you, that could be jury tampering, which is a very serious crime. If anyone contacts you in this manner, report that to the bailiff or me as soon as possible. You should know that if this admonition is violated, there could be a mistrial. A mistrial means that the case is stopped before it is finished and must be retried at a later date. This can lead to a great deal of expense for the parties and for the taxpayers. Now, if a mistrial were to be declared based on a violation of the admonition, the juror responsible could be required to pay the cost of the first trial and could be punished for contempt of court. Is counsel ready to proceed with opening?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. DiIulio?
Thank you. Were you certain as to the wind and storm damage that you found? Yes. Members of the jury, those aren't my words. Those are the words of State Farm and their representative, Mr. Congress. You see, this whole case only has one question for you when this is all said and done. Did the storm on November 15th, 2020 cause storm damage to my client's property? And the State Farm's own representative has already testified to under oath and will testify to again on that stand. The only question, only answer is yes. Members of the jury, again, my name is Anthony DiIulio, along with my co-counsel Steve Whetstone. We represent Cambridge Condo Association. Cambridge is an association of 108 homes. Homes for people in this state that provide their shelter, their place, and they turn to the association to protect them from the problems that happen outside, right? The roofs, the walls, the exteriors of the property. And in 2020, a storm comes by with winds up to 69 miles an hour. Now, what you're going to hear from our weather expert, Mr. Turner, if you were to drive your car down the highway going 69 miles an hour and put your hand out, that's the type of speeds and the wind that was happening on November 15th, 2020. And on November 15th, 2020, this storm comes by and blows shingles, cedar shake shingles specifically, off of this property. It also causes damage to some of the flat roofing system. You heard questions earlier about that. It's a rolled roof. So we've got strips that are put on top of the roof, sealed together, adhered to the roof. Well, some of the wind got under that, blew up some of the seams. You see the bubbles in the roof as a result. Now, all of this is wind damage to the property. And your only question isn't how much wind damage is there, how many roofs were damaged. Just, did it exist? Even one shingle as a result of this storm. When you're at the end of this case, you're going to see that we've unquestionably proven that. I'm going to prove to you three things. First, I'm going to prove to you that the storm on November 15th, 2020 was bad enough to cause damage to this property. I'm going to prove to you, number two, that shingles from this roof, as a result of that storm, blew off, and you're going to be able to see that in the photographs. And number three, I'm going to prove to you that State Farm has admitted that multiple times before even stepping into this courtroom. So let's talk about that. The storm of November 15th, 2020. Now, this storm wasn't your average thunderstorm coming through. 69-mile-an-hour winds. Significant. And significant to this property caused the damage that you're going to see to the cedar shakes. Now, you're going to hear from our weather expert, Mr. Turner. Unfortunately, Mr. Turner was unable to be here today for the conflict, so you're going to get to watch him up on that screen in the previously recorded deposition. It's terribly boring to watch him on this screen, so I apologize ahead of time. But we kept it pretty short. But it's still important to pay attention to Mr. Turner, because Mr. Turner is the only person, I want to stress that, the only person who investigated the weather on November 15th, 2020. In fact, he's the only person that investigated the weather at all in this loss. His findings are uncontested. There was a significant, massive windstorm that occurred at this property on November 15th, 2020. State Farm's not going to come up and tell you that that storm didn't occur. They're not going to say that the winds weren't up to 69 miles an hour. That's all in agreement. Now, originally, there was thought to be some hail damage to this property. You're going to see some of the hail damage because it clearly exists, but it wasn't from this storm. So I want to tell you right now, there is no claim from the plaintiffs that there is hail damage as a result of the November 15th, 2020 storm. It didn't happen. State Farm might get up here and tell you, oh, look, they were saying there was hail damage before for the property. Well, there is hail damage. But upon review of the experts' analysis and testimony on this storm, it wasn't from this loss. So I don't want you to be distracted by any of that hail damage. It's just about the wind that caused damage to this property on November 15th. So that first point about the storm, uncontested, is going to go proven almost instantly. Number two, the property sustained damage as a result of this storm. Well, you're going to hear from a number of people regarding this damage. First and foremost, members of the jury, this property is not in perfect condition. Shocking, all properties wear and tear over time. They break down. And that's fine. It happens literally to every property. The second that a roof is put on, it begins to wear. Naturally. But this is the roof that State Farm insured. And State Farm insured this roof, and from this storm, shingles blew off. Again, that's not going to be just from our witnesses, but from State Farm. State Farm hired a roofer and an adjuster. He did almost 20 years as a roofer, 10 years as an adjuster for State Farm. And he found, without a doubt, storm damage to this property from the wind. State Farm then hires an engineer. And the engineer agreed that this storm, November 15th, 2020, blew shingles off of this property. Not just our witnesses. Mr. Lingenfelter is going to get up here, and he's sitting in the room, and he's going to tell you about his inspection. Now, he was retained by the plaintiffs. And he's going to tell you the same thing. He's going to explain to you this wind damage to these cedar shakes. One of the most important things you're going to see is that when those shakes fall off, there's a different color behind them. Because it was covered. Cedar shakes, for those who don't know, is wood shingles on the side of the roof. It's a mansard roof, so it kind of goes around the exterior of the top before it gets to the flat. Now those wood shakes cover a portion of the wood that it goes over. So you think of it kind of like a layer, there's this shake here and another one goes here. When this lower one falls off, the wood that was behind it, you're going to hear, and see, is a different color. Because it wasn't exposed to the elements the same way the rest of the shingles were. Makes complete sense. And you're going to hear that as a result of that, we know that it was this November 15th, 2020 storm. Because there were no other storms around this time to cause this problem. You're also going to hear from one of the representatives from the association. Now, Harry Frank, who's also sitting here, he works for the association, he's a representative of them, and he's the one who ultimately discovered the problem when they were doing a walk around of the property in around May of 2021. They do a walk around, and that's when he realized, you got a problem, there's some damage to the property. He calls it in, he's just a guy at the association, he has no idea what caused this, no idea when it happened. And you're going to hear that State Farm had picked an arbitrary date in May as the date of loss. There's no question, sitting here today, the date of loss is November 15th, 2020. The May date, the date selected by State Farm, has no basis, not part of this loss, and I don't want you to be confused by that when you start hearing or seeing documents with that date on there. It was just picked until they knew what storm actually caused this problem. And again, you're going to see that in even State Farm's documents, they adjust the date of loss, the same claim number. There's no question as to that issue. But I want to make sure you know that before it gets confusing and you start seeing a storm in May. So we know that the storm happens in November. We know that the shingles are blown off as a result of that storm. And if there's nobody to come in here and test otherwise, what State Farm is going to get up here and tell you, through their witnesses, is that the roof was old. It was. Remember the jury, the roof was old. We're going to say the roof was worn and torn. Remember the jury? That roof was worn and torn. It happens. And it's still insured. That's what State Farm is there for. And you're going to hear from that same representative who found storm damage to this roof for State Farm. He's going to confirm that even if a roof is old, even if a roof is worn and torn, even if these roofs have other problems, if a storm causes even one shingle to blow off, that's still a covered claim. Because the idea is simple, right? And he explains this, that as long as the storm is what causes that shingle to blow off at that time, it's covered. That's what insurance is there for. All of this, again, doesn't come from our side. It comes from State Farm, which is our third point. State Farm has admitted from day one that this was a covered loss. They've admitted that the storm caused damage to this property. You're going to get to hear from an engineer from State Farm who's going to tell you about that wear and tear. But he also is going to confirm that this storm blew off shingles. In the end, members of the jury, we've got a burden to prove to you that this storm caused damage to our client's property. And it's a burden that we gladly accept, the preponderance of the evidence. It's not the reasonable doubt, but just that we have to be a little bit more right. Tilt the scale, 51% correct. We're likely correct. But we're going to do it so much more than that. It's going to be so much more than 51% because they agree with us. It's also why this trial is going to be so short. While we're going to have a number of witnesses, we talked about Mr. Lingenfelter, we talked about Mr. Frank. You're also going to hear from Mr. Turner, the weather expert, and our engineer, Mr. Trillis. Mr. Trillis is going to walk you through all of these damages as well. And while it's a number of people that all agree, it's most important that they agree with State Farm and that State Farm agrees with us. There is storm damage to this property. State Farm cannot prove otherwise. And we ask that at the end you find in favor of the condo association. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Your Honor. So good morning again. I think it's important for everyone to first remember that there's a difference between adjusting an insurance claim and getting sued and going into litigation. State Farm doesn't have, the plaintiff doesn't have a burden to prove something to State Farm when they're trying in good faith to adjust a claim and to determine if they have any damage. They hear what they say, they make their best effort, and sometimes we end up here. Doesn't mean that they're bound to what they're told or bound to what they say. But what plaintiff has to rely on is what they managed to get State Farm to say initially, as opposed to what they're gonna say now. They need you to rely on that because they don't have any evidence, and that's what you're really gonna hear. You're not gonna hear, we're supposed to, in opening, we're supposed to tell you about what you're gonna hear at trial. I think it's more important that I tell you right now what you're not going to hear. You're not gonna hear from a single person who lives at the condo association at all during this trial, not one person. You're not gonna hear from a single person who was at the condo association and experienced the storm on November 15th of 2020. You're not gonna hear from a single person who saw storm damage to the property after the storm. Plaintiff has to prove to you that the damage they're claiming occurred on November 15th, 2020. There's not gonna be a single person who, on behalf of the plaintiff, claimed that there was storm damage to the property for 6 months after that date. And then they went back and they built this claim. That's what they did. But they can't prove that it happened on November 15th of 2020 because nobody's gonna tell you that, and that's their burden. Now, you are gonna see the condition of the property, and the condition of the property is not important for purposes of whether or not State Farm would insure it or whether or not it's covered damage. It's important because you're gonna see that there are missing shakes, and you're gonna hear from State Farm, from the engineer that was retained by State Farm. The condition of the property meant that you didn't need wind for shakes to fall off. They're rotted through, they're falling off constantly. It's a windless event that caused the shakes to fall off. So the fact that shakes are missing from this roof is not indicative of damage. Now, the State Farm adjuster, in good faith, said, well, they reported wind, sure, I'm gonna give them some of this. There's some that look like they've been missing more recently. He's not an engineer either. The engineer is going to explain to you, these were falling off. This is just a progressive condition that's happening. But the point is that you're still not going to hear from anybody on the plaintiff's side that even remembers the storm. They don't know, they cannot say anything about it. Sure, we're not disputing that a storm went through the area. I mean, storms happen all the time. Wind happens all the time. That doesn't mean that it caused any damage. There's literally not a photograph showing a shake laying on the ground after this event. Now, when you have a significant wind event, significant storm event that causes damage to your property, you're gonna know it. One person out of the 108 people, 108 homes that are at this property, not one person can come in here and tell you they saw there was damage on that date. And that's plaintiff's burden to prove, not State Farm. You don't have to prove it didn't happen on that date. Now, the witnesses that you'll hear from, they kind of brushed by the whole hail situation. But they didn't tell us that they weren't claiming hail damage until last week. That was the first time, when the meteorologist gave his testimony. That was when they said, oh, never mind, we're not claiming hail. Well, it's because they didn't get the meteorologist until 2022, when everybody else was already given their opinions, and the witnesses that you're gonna hear from are both gonna tell you, just like they told me last month, oh, it was definitely hail damage to the property from a single storm event. It's all from this event. And that's because this claim was built. That's what they did. They came out, they got their people, they had ice storm come out, ice storm creates insurance claims, ice storm calls in public adjuster. You won't hear from either of them. The first two people out of the scene, not gonna hear from them. But they come out, they get a public adjuster, they get a meteorologist, they get an engineer, they get an estimator, and they create a claim. And then they circle back and say, when was there a weather event that we can say caused this damage? And that's what they did. And that's what you're gonna hear. It's not State Farm backing out on doing something that they said they were gonna do. State Farm made a good faith effort to try to find some coverage, do something. Hey, we got some missing shakes. We don't get that out of shape at the beginning of the claim. Maybe it's not from the November 15th, 2020. That's what the adjuster's gonna tell you. I can't say that it did fall off on that date. I don't know. He's gonna say that. So he gave the benefit of the doubt. That doesn't mean that it meets their burden at trial. They have to meet that burden, and that's why we're here. So at the end of this, after you hear all of that, I'm going to respectfully request that you find the plaintiff did not meet their burden, and you find in favor of State Farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. To get it out of the way, we're going to play the video deposition of Mr. Turner.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the first witness of for the plaintiff will be by a video deposition that was previously done. You're to evaluate that testimony the same as you would anybody sitting here in front of us in the witness chair. Go ahead. It's Dylan Turner, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
We're now on the record. This begins the videotape number 1 in the deposition of Dylan Turner of Forensic Weather Consultants, taken in the matter of Cambridge Village condominium owners versus State Farm Fire and Casualty Company, case number 2 CV 000558, filed in the Court of Common Pleas, Lake County, Ohio. Today is April 17th, 2024. The time is now 8:03 a.m. Central Time.
There we go.
This deposition is being taken remotely via Zoom. I'm the videographer, Jason Hopkins, and our court reporter is Julie Brown of Magna Legal Services. Will counsel and all parties present state their appearances and whom they represent, after which our court reporter may swear in a witness and we may proceed.
Good morning, Anthony DiUlio, and Barnaby on behalf of Plaintiff Cambridge.
Lori Thompson, counsel for State Farm Fire and Casualty Company.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony about to offer be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Turner. How are you doing? Good. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and let them know what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm Dylan Turner. I'm a forensic meteorologist. I do now determine the weather conditions at a location on a data block or database incident.
Can you just explain to the jury a little bit about the role of a forensic meteorologist? And what does that mean?
Yeah, so I obtained and it's a geography with meteorology and climatology, so it's their meteorology degree. I have a master's of science in atmospheric science from the University of Kansas. And then I also taught at the University of Kansas some undergraduate classes and did some forecasting for Department of Homeland Security operations throughout the United States and internationally.
What type of information do you review when you are in position as a forensic meteorologist?
I review surface observations that they measure the wind speed, and then I also do Doppler radar data that can zoom in over an instant location and tell you what the weather conditions were along with that instant location. And then I also review National Weather Service warnings, advisory statements that were issued for incident locations.
How long did you work for the federal government with the Department of Homeland Security?
A little under 1 year.
And do you still do work with any federal government agencies?
Not directly. The data I've obtained is from the federal government. A lot of the data, but not directly.
Gotcha. Have you ever been retained as an expert in any litigation before?
Yes.
And have you ever been admitted by a court as an expert in forensic radiology?
Yes.
At this time, we will move Mr. Turner in as an expert in forensic radiology. He will testify regarding the weather patterns at the property operating loss.
No objection.
Pause that. All right, Mr. Turner is recognized as an expert in this subject area. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Turner, we're going to get into this. The jury's already heard a little bit about this, but can you tell us what were you retained to do in this case?
I was retained to perform an analysis and determine the weather conditions at the property location on November 15, 2021.
And who retained you to do that?
It was Vicio Corey.
And was that a law firm?
Yes, correct.
And were they representing at the time Cambridge Village condominiums?
Yes.
Got it. So how are you paid when you are retained for these types of services?
We perform the work, and we have an hourly rate, and we bill our hourly rate, and after we complete our analysis and report, we send out an invoice.
And do you know what your hourly rate is?
Yes, it's $2.75 an hour for an hour.
All right. So you're brought into this claim. What are the first steps that you take in your analysis of the weather in November of 2021? Or I'm sorry, weather of 2020.
Obtain the data to perform the analysis.
Can you just explain to the jury what you mean by that when you say obtain the data?
So the data is held by the federal government and also some private entities. So it was going out and obtaining that data directly from those entities that would be pertinent to this analysis, and then downloading that data and storing it in my file.
What are some of the major entities in which you use to get your data?
The federal government, which is NOAA, the National Weather Services branch of NOAA, and also another branch of NOAA, the National Center for Environmental Information. They have the majority of the data. And there's also Iowa State Mesonet, and so they have some of the data as well, which I've seen. And also another branch of NOAA, the Weather Research Center, obtaining some meteorological data for them, and also MesoWest. MesoWest houses the smaller weather station data.
It feels like there's a lot of technical stuff that was just in there. Are these all data services that are regularly used in the field of forensic radiology?
Yes.
In essence, this is what everybody's looking at. When they're going to look for weather data, they go to the same sources.
Yes.
All right. So when you get all of this data for the Cambridge loss in November of 2020, what do you do with that data?
I then review each source of data and perform my analysis and formulate my opinion of what occurred for the incident location on that day.
All right, so let's jump into it. Let's not keep the jury on their edge of their seats. What did you find when doing your analysis of the weather from November 2020?
I found that there was a strong storm system that moved through the region on November 15, 2020, and there was a line of showers and thunderstorms, which we call squall line, And with that, there were wind gusts up to 64 to 69 miles per hour at the incident location.
A few things I want to break down in there. What is a squall line?
It is just a long line of showers and thunderstorms. When you see on radar a linear line of thunderstorms approaching, it's typically going to be a squall line.
Gotcha. So in other words, when, we all kind of watch the weather, we see that line of the storm kind of moving in, and it's just all moving in one line. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
Gotcha. So you said that there was a severe thunderstorm. Was there rain that accompanied that thunderstorm?
Yeah.
How about hail? Was there any hail as a result of that thunderstorm at this location?
No.
Was there hail suggested at other areas of the storm?
Yeah.
Gotcha. But in your analysis, did you find anything that suggested hail hit this property?
No.
All right. So then let's focus on the wind. You had just said that the wind was 64 to 69 miles per hour. How did you come to that conclusion? Can you just walk us through some of the data that you found?
Yes, so I reviewed surface observations of actual measured wind gusts surrounding the incident location. I also reviewed storm reports, so when a storm goes through, people call in storm reports, trees down, and there are associated estimated wind gusts with those. I reviewed those, and then also reviewed Doppler radar data to determine if the thunderstorms and showers were similar in intensity at the incident location.
Sitting here today, is there any doubt in your mind or any limitations as to your confidence regarding the data that you reviewed and the conclusions of wind speeds up to 69 miles an hour?
No. Damage.
Okay. Just to give the jury kind of a sense of what 64 to 69 mile per hour winds, is there any way you can explain that in a way that the jury can understand exactly what you're talking about? I don't imagine many people know what it's like to stand outside in that type of wind.
Yeah, you're driving down the road in your car, you roll your window down, put your hand out, and you're going 65 miles an hour. That would be the force of those wind speeds.
Have you seen any reports provided by anybody else contradicting your findings in this case, Mr. Turner?
No, I have not.
In other words, the State Farm or anybody from State Farm, as far as you're aware, contradicts your findings?
No.
And if all the opinions that you've given today been within a reasonable degree of expert certainty in the field of forensic meteorology?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Those are all the questions that I have.
All right, Mr. Turner, obviously, my name is Lori Thompson, I heard that earlier. I don't think we've met before today. Do you recall whether or not we've met?
No, I do not recall.
Okay, I don't think we have, but just wanted to double check. Okay, so just to go through a few things, you are not a certified consulting meteorologist, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what's the difference between a certified consulting meteorologist and a consulting meteorologist?
We do the same work. The certified consulting meteorologist just has a seal from the American Meteorological Society.
Okay, what do you need to get that seal?
It's a test, multi-part test through the American Meteorological Society.
Okay, and that's something you haven't done?
I've gone through it in the past.
You've taken the test?
Yes, I have.
Okay, did you not pass the test? Is that why you're not certified?
I passed the part of it. I did not pass the other because of my age.
Okay. All All right, so it sounds like you were first retained, well, your report is dated June 18th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and so when were you first retained?
I was retained on May 3rd, 2022.
Okay. Now, would you have had any communication with State Farm at any point during the time you were retained when you issued your report?
No.
Okay. And do you know when State Farm first learned about you being involved in this case?
No.
As a part of your looking into the weather that occurred at this property and providing the opinions that you did today, did you talk to anyone that lives at the property that's at issue?
No.
Did you go to the property and look around the condition of the property?
No.
Did you look at any photographs or any other information available showing the condition of the property before and after the date of the weather event that you're talking about?
No.
Did you offer any opinions on the direction that the wind was traveling or which way the wind would have been impacting the property more significantly? Meaning like south to southwest, north, northeast? Did you offer any of those opinions?
I did offer an opinion on the direction of the storm.
Okay, what was that?
It was towards the east, northeast.
Okay. And would that be relevant to the strength of the wind gusts, meaning if they're going north to northeast, they're going to be more significant in that direction?
No, well, yes, the wind would have been from the west, southwest, towards the east, northeast. Yes.
Okay. Did you have any communication with, let's start with anybody from I-Storm, such as somebody named Mark Nettins? Did you ever speak with him?
No.
Okay. What about Wade Lingenfelter? Have you ever spoken with him?
Not that I recall.
Okay. What about Eric Trillis? Did you ever speak with him?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody other than the law firm that retained you as it relates to the work that you did in this case?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Were you asked to consider any other dates besides November 15th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay, and was that the 5/27/21 date?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know why you were given that date?
I do not recall why I was given that date.
Okay. Other than May 27th of 21 and November 15th of 2020, were you asked to consider any other dates as far as what weather occurred on this date?
No.
Okay. So to be clear then, are you offering an opinion today that the only weather of this significance, these wind speeds, let me start that over because I'm not confusing. You are not offering an opinion today that the only time that this property experienced a wind event similar to the one that you were talking about today on November 15th, 2020. You're not offering an opinion that that's the only time that could have happened at this property. Is that fair?
Yes, because November 15th, 2020 and May 27th, 2021 were the only dates I looked at.
Okay. And Were you specifically asked to look at those dates?
Yes, yes.
Okay. When you were asked to look at those dates, what was the specific, instruction? Were you asked to look at wind and hail, at any kind of weather event? What was the specific instruction?
It was a wind and hail analysis.
Okay. And just so, I'm gonna share my screen really quick. All right, not share button. Mark this as Exhibit A. Is this the note sheet that you prepared as part of your analysis in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And your conclusions included hail, none, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree with me that in your conclusions in your report that you prepared, you did not specifically say that you concluded there was no hail on the date of loss, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't include that you made that finding?
I was asked to focus primarily on wind for my report.
Okay, so you conveyed that you had not found hail, and you were asked to focus on wind and not discuss the hail.
Yes.
And you would agree then that if there's any, strike that, if it's your testimony today that to a reasonable degree of meteorological certainty that there was no hail at the lost location on November 15th of 2020 then, correct?
Can you restate that?
Yes. Would you agree that, I'm sorry. Is it your testimony today that to a reasonable degree of meteorological certainty that there was no hail at this location on November 15th of 2020?
Correct.
Believe that, thank you.
Very briefly, Mr. Turner, in your report, did you put that there was no snow that day?
No.
Did you put that there was, well, why would you put that there was no snow? If there was no snow, why would you write that there was no snow?
Because I wasn't asked to focus on snow in the report.
Does the stuff that doesn't happen end up really mattering to you in doing your forensic reports for your analysis?
Not but not in this kind of instance, no.
Right, so in other words, you put in everything that doesn't happen in a report. For example, did you write that there wasn't a sunny day in your report?
No.
Okay. You had talked about the passing of written tests for, and I forget what the title was. What was the title?
The certified consulting meteorologist.
Okay. So you passed the written test, but you said you didn't pass something due to age. Is there an age or experience requirement to get that title?
There is.
Okay. So you passed the written test, but you did not yet get the age or experience requirement. Is that what is that what happened?
Yes, per the council.
Gotcha. We had talked about your report, so let me just show it to you, and we'll mark this, we got to pre-mark this P2. So your report?
Yes.
And does this go through all of those things that you talked about earlier, or those that you reviewed as part of your analysis?
Yes.
And you were asked on cross-examination about speaking to anyone at the property or going out to look at the property. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
To do your analysis, is that necessary? Do you need to go out and speak with people or look at the property?
No, I've never done a site visit.
And why not? Why does that not affect your opinions or analysis in a claim?
It is not needed. All I need is the meteorological data to rely on the actual meteorological data for my analysis.
So, in other words, if you go out to the property and somebody were to tell you, oh man, there must have been 100 miles an hour out of that property, would that have changed the data, the actual physical evidence that you received as a result of that data?
No.
So is there any reason to go out and do a site inspection or speak with people when doing your analysis?
No.
Lastly, during the storms, the winds only move in one direction?
No, they can change directions.
So if there is a predominant direction of a storm, does that mean that is the only direction in which the wind would be hitting any given property?
No.
So can winds throughout storms, the regularly, things like swirl around?
Yes.
And as a result, do storms of this magnitude regularly cause debris, tree limbs, things like that to move in different directions?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are all the questions that I have.
Just one quick follow-up. Were you asked to determine whether or not snow occurred at this property on the state of law?
No.
Okay, but you were asked to determine whether or not snow did, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions that we've got.
All right, next witness.
Thank you. Our plaintiff's call Mr. Frank. Your Honor, we have a package of exhibits. Is it all right if I put it up on the stand for the witness?
Yes. Will you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here. And Mr. Frank, you're going to need to stay close to that mic so your voice gets picked up, okay?
Sure. Just for the record's sake, because I believe Your Honor has a package. There was one redaction to Exhibit 7 that you made. I showed the defense counsel regarding that as well. I just wanted the court to be aware.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Frank.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, let them know what you do for a living?
My name is Harry Frank. I'm a property manager at Cambridge Village condominiums. I work for Carlisle Management.
And how long have you been a property manager for Cambridge?
20 years,
Okay, so you've been doing this for a long time?
long time.
Where do you live?
In Concord,
How far is that from Cambridge?
about a 20-minute walk.
Oh, so pretty close then, I guess, as the crow flies.
As the crow flies, yes.
Can you just tell the jury, really briefly, what are your responsibilities as the property manager?
I just maintain the order of the property from work orders, to property requests, to owner requests, to budget issues, to what keeps the property going. For any kind of reports, issues that I have to take care of, from my dog crapped on the lawn to my cat pissed on the all of those things, from one extreme to the other.
There.
I'm sorry, I don't.
No, it's okay, it's okay. Do you do any walk-arounds of the property any time of the year to just kind of regular?
We do it every year, sir.
And when is that timed out for you? When do you usually do
Now.
When you say
It depends on the weather. sometimes the end of April, the beginning of May, depending on what's happening at the property, but sometime between the middle of April to the beginning of June.
Okay, so sometime in that span is when you do your yearly walk around?
Yes.
Got it. Can you tell this jury, did you do a walk around in that time frame in 2021?
Yes.
And did you find anything that was wrong with the property?
Yes.
What did you find?
Shakes missing. Issues concerning other gutter issues that were wrong.
And are those things that you'd never seen previously at the property? In essence, was this property always in perfect shape?
No, it wasn't in perfect shape, but it was always in very operable shape.
And when it comes to problems at the association, would association members bring certain things to your attention?
Yes.
And are there times that you would find things on your own?
Yes.
And whenever there was a problem, what would you do?
I would either call the contractor, I would call whoever I needed to, would take care of it, I would take care of the owner. If it was a complaint, I would take care of the letters necessary to the complaintee.
So would you always keep this property as maintained as necessary to keep it going?
Absolutely. 108 people, there's 400 people that live there, children, old people, retirees, absolutely.
What was your responsibility when it came to dealing with insurance for the purposes of this property?
Well, if I have a problem, I call it in.
So we've obviously heard at length about this storm and the claim that we're here for today. Were you the one that called State Farm and reported the claim?
I was the one that called the claim in, but not directly to State Farm. I actually called State Farm to get the claim number and then passed it on to Mark Dennings at the roofing company.
Okay, but you were the one that reported the claim to State Farm.
Yes.
At the time it was reported, did you have any idea when the loss had occurred, what day the storm was?
No.
We've got a number of documents that we'll take a look at, but do you know how the initial date of loss was chosen in this claim?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Do you know how, strike that. When the claim was first reported, do you know if there was a date that was chosen for when this claim happened?
No.
Did you tell State Farm, oh, this happened in May of 2021?
No.
Did you have any idea when it happened?
No.
Now, were you part of the correspondence from State Farm when it came to this claim? Did you get a chance to review those when they came in?
Usually, yes.
If you could for me, well, first let's do this. Take a look at that binder in front of you. I'd like you to flip to Exhibit 4. It's right after the tab.
I'm here. Oh, hold on, Exhibit 3.
No worries. Should just be one photograph.
On Exhibit 4 now.
All right. And what are we looking at in Exhibit 4?
Looking at an aerial view of building 6, 7, 10, 11, and 9.
And how about on the left side of the photograph?
Both sides are building 1 through 5.
All right. Your Honor, permission to, first moving Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, submitted.
Permission to publish to the jury.
Go ahead.
So just for context, so the jury can understand, are these the buildings that make up Cambridge Condo Association?
11 buildings.
What are there's a number of buildings in that bottom left corner and kind of underneath. Are those a different association?
There are differences. There's Cambridge and Cambridge Village. Apparently Cambridge was built as condos, built originally as apartments, but the back condos sold so well, so the story that I got, that they sold in the front as condos rather than apartments.
I understand. So they're actually two different associations. So there's
Yes.
other buildings that aren't marked right over here. That's not part of your association.
No, they have garages.
Gotcha. Now, if you could for me, flip to Exhibit 7.
I'm here.
Excuse me. No worries. taking a look, is this one of the letters from State Farm regarding this loss?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission, or plaintiff would move in Exhibit 7.
The objection is 7?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
And I'm gonna take this down. I just want to make sure that we redact the digital copy before I produce it to the jury. And I apologize about that. And now my screen went black. There it is. Taking a look at Exhibit 7, what is the date of this letter?
27th of June, 21.
Can you put that down for a moment? Sorry. And if you take a look at the top of that letter, permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Taking a look at this, what was the date of loss that was in this letter on June 27th, 2021?
It was right before that.
Well, if you see, so I'm so sorry, just so you understand. What's the date here listed as the date of loss on this letter?
May 27th to 21.
No, just to be clear for the jury, did you ever give that date to State Farm?
No.
Or tell them that day?
No,
Do you have any idea how State Farm got that date?
no. No.
Now, ultimately, did State Farm provide some coverage for this loss?
What was the question?
Did they provide coverage for this loss? Did they indicate that this was a covered loss and provide some funds?
I was under the impression it was a covered loss, yes.
All right, and did they send you paperwork to that extent?
Yes.
If you would, for me, flip to Exhibit 9. Now, this
I'm
is
here.
a bit of a longer document. If you flip through this, just to kind of flip through all the pages here. Is this a copy of the estimate that State Farm provided to Cambridge for the damages?
It looks familiar. This is it.
Your Honor, plaintiff would move Exhibit 9 into evidence.
The objection to 9?
No, Your Honor.
And Your Honor,
It's
permission to
admitted.
permission to publish?
Go ahead.
And again, this document's quite long, but does this outline all of the different buildings for which State Farm estimated?
That was a
damages?
compilation of what they found in the buildings when they inspected it, yes.
Thank you. Did Cambridge hire anybody to assist in the presentation of this claim?
No.
Were there any contractors that State Farm had hired?
For this, to do the work for this claim?
Not to do the work, that were involved in this claim.
Yes.
And who were those contractors?
Mark Deddings from I always forget the name of this company.
And was there also an adjuster that was hired, Mr. Posen?
Yes.
If you could, for me, flip to Exhibit 11. Now, was Mr. Posen acting as a representative of Cambridge?
No.
I'm sorry, well, was he hired as the public adjuster for Cambridge? to
Yes.
assist with the claim? And in that role, was he representing the association?
Yes.
Your Honor, plaintiff would move Exhibit 11 into evidence.
The objection to 11?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
And permission to publish to the jury.
Go ahead.
If you take a look at the first page of Exhibit 11, this is an email chain with an attachment. What is the date of the email to State Farm?
$527?
No, I'm sorry, I think you're, on the very first page, right up.
Oh, the very first page, I'm
First
sorry.
page where it says sent, is it July 20th, 2021?
2021, yes.
And if you take a look at the next pages, does this attach a letter indicating the correct date of loss to State Farm from July of 2021?
Can you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
The letter that's attached, because this is mentioning the attached
Yeah,
letter.
which is the next page.
The next page. Taking a look, does this indicate that State Farm's, and I'm just reading from it, has suggested the date of loss of 5/27/21?
Yes.
And this date is not the date of loss? Do you see that?
No.
The very next line,
Yes.
this is not the date of loss? Do you see that? Do you see that?
I'm trying to recall. I'm just trying to give you.
No, right on the page.
Yes.
So right after that, and then it says, the storm event that caused the damage to Cambridge Village
Occurred on 11/15.
11/15/2020.
Yes.
Right? State Farm in their opening statement said that you being Cambridge, just building this file, that we didn't know what the date of loss was until we got a meteorologist in 2022.
Yes.
Did Cambridge know, at least by the July, that the correct date of loss was November 15th, 2020?
I'm not following the question.
Sure. By the time this email was sent in July of 2021,
Okay.
was State Farm made aware the correct date of loss being November 15th, 2020?
Yes.
Without going into amounts, did State Farm provide a payment to Cambridge for the damages that they found as a result of this loss?
No. No.
No dollars ever exchanged hands?
No.
So they wrote yes to me. Are you sure about that they didn't send any money?
I'm thinking, to my knowledge, we didn't receive any money on this claim at all.
If you could, just to refresh your recollection, flip back to Exhibit 7.
Back to 7?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, I'm here.
All right. Now, the dollar amount I will represent is redacted, but if you can just review that letter, does this refresh your recollection as to whether or not State Farm sent money on this claim for this loss, for the damages that they found?
There was actually money that was paid, yes, sir.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
All right, Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, I guess I need to plug in the switch.
I do.
Okay. Do you remember then that I took your deposition back about a month ago or so?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember during that deposition, we talked about when this loss occurred, and when it was reported to State Farm? Do you remember talking about that?
I'm trying to recall.
Well, I'll give you a little bit more. Do you remember when I asked if you recalled the weather event that we're talking about on November 15th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay, and what, do you remember what your answer was?
I don't recall, ma'am.
You don't recall your answer? Do you recall the storm?
I recall the storm, yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling me that after the storm that you were concerned, in general about your properties that you manage and that you called contractors out to look at the properties?
I mean, in general, I do that, yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling me that you did not go to Cambridge after to see if there was any specific damage?
I did not.
Okay. So you testified today that you didn't realize there was any damage to the property until May of 2021. But in your deposition, you said that you were concerned immediately after the storm that there was damage. Would you agree with me that your testimony today was that you did not know there was any damage or suspect there
That
was
day, I
damage?
did not know, no.
You what?
I did not know.
Okay. So when you first, I guess, did your inspection of the property in May of 21, you said you saw missing shakes? So you-
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, you weren't thinking at all about the 2020 November storm?
My concern was you getting the damage taken care of, ma'am. I didn't think relate it to any specific storm, but I did remember that storm, though, ma'am.
Okay. So you would agree then that you called a company called iStorm out in about May of 2021 as well? right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Show you. All right, so I believe you told me in your deposition that iStorm, you didn't call a regular contractor out, you called iStorm because that's what they do. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Okay, what do you mean that that's what they do?
Well, they were introduced to me some years before as a roofing company, as a person who keeps his eye on the issues concerning property issues, property roofs. And we used him over the years as a consultant as to issues concerning roof problems.
Okay, have you used him on other properties?
Yes.
Have you ever had him actually do roofing work at any property,
Specifically himself?
his company?
I don't know that, man. No, I don't know. Did I ever see him do any work? Not specifically, but I've seen him out on the properties many times, so I don't know if he did work or not.
Okay. Have you ever had them work with you on an insurance claim before?
Yes.
And is that who recommended Adam Posen to you, the public adjuster? Did he come to you through iStorm?
It was through iStorm, yes.
And was it iStorm that recommended you submit an insurance claim in this case?
Yes.
Do you know who determined the date of loss of November 15th of 2020?
The question again, ma'am?
Do you know who it was that identified
No.
the date of loss
No.
of November 15th,
No.
2020? You gotta let me finish asking
So-
that question or she can't get it down.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right.
I assumed.
Were you expecting that there may be an insurance claim? Is that why you called iStorm?
I'd say yes to that answer.
And once you called iStorm in, did you have any involvement in anything that happened after that?
No.
And that's what you normally use?
That's
for?
my normal procedure, yes, ma'am.
Were you aware when they submitted the claim to State Farm what date of loss they were using?
No.
And did you sign a contract with them? With
Yes.
iStorm?
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot to bring your binders up. All right. I gave you one.
What? No.
Where's the one I?
You didn't give me one.
Oh, no, that's right, I gave it to the court, I'm sorry. There you go.
Okay.
My apologies.
Which exhibit?
My G.
Thanks.
All right. This. And then if you could flip to exhibit G, please.
Objection here, sir?
Come on up here. Objections overruled. Go ahead.
Okay, do you have the binder open?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then are you looking at exhibit G?
I'm not looking, I'm waiting to hear you say
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I said it G.
G.
I was looking that way when I said it.
Sorry.
You're fine. I probably should put the smaller exhibits in the front, make them easier.
I'm here.
Okay. And, let's see, I have this marked as exhibit G. I would move it into evidence before I publish.
It can be admitted.
Thank you.
I noted your objection.
All right, if you could publish, thank you. Okay, Mr. Frank, this document has a signature line at the end, signature, and it looks like it says Harry Frank, June 4th, 2021. Is that your
You have to
signature?
face me, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. Never been told.
I'm an old man, my ears are not as good as they used to be.
Would you agree that if there at the bottom where it says signature, that it does have your signature on June 4th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of the contract with Ice Storm?
To involve him in the disposition of this case.
Okay. Would you agree that as part of the agreement that you had with Ice Storm, that you agreed that any insurance funds would be used to retain an Ice Storm certified contractor to do any work at the property?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know who that person was supposed to be?
No.
Oh, and one last thing on that document. Would you agree with me that there is no date of loss, or I'm sorry, that there is no November 15th, 2020 reference anywhere on this document?
No.
You would agree that it doesn't say that, right?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, yes. Except
That was a poor question, I'm sorry. All right, and then as to, if you could flip to exhibit I'm sorry, H. I have this
H?
ready. Yes. Do you see that? Okay.
Yes.
And I would move to publish, or I'd move to admit and then publish if there's no objection.
Any objection to H?
The same prior objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's overruled. It may be admitted.
Thank you, if you could publish. Okay. Bring it with me so I can face you. All right, so you see this document here, it says letter of general contracting representation, and then at the bottom, it has your signature again, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it appears that this was a letter that was sent to State Farm, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, would you agree with me that nowhere on this document to State Farm, sorry, I went a little fast, that it makes any reference to November 15th of 2020?
It does not.
And was that just to allow State Farm to communicate with Ice Storm directly?
Yes.
You can pull that down. talk to anybody at the property after the storm, any of the residents?
I don't recall specifically talking about residents of this, no, ma'am.
As you sit here today, do you have any recollection of ever speaking to anybody at the property about damage that they may have seen after November 15th of 2020?
No.
Do you recall the first time that you were out at the property after November 15th of 2020?
Oh, I couldn't, ma'am, I'm out there sometimes 5 times a week, so I can't give you an honorable answer.
Okay. Do you know what date the claim was submitted to State Farm, the day that you told them you were submitting a claim?
No.
Would May 27th of 2021 possibly be the date that you submitted the claim?
Yes.
And just to confirm, when you contacted State Farm to submit the claim, you didn't know of what date of loss?
No.
Okay,
All I was after was the claim number.
gotcha. Now, we talked in your deposition about whether or not there had been any weather events at the property since November 15th of 2020. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree there have been other significant weather events that have been
There's
at the property since then?
It's Cleveland.
Great, fair. And I believe you told me in your deposition that you were not aware of any new damage or any additional damage that had occurred.
No.
Is that right? Okay. Now, you signed a contract also with a public adjuster named Adam Posen. Do you remember that?
That I actually do not remember, although I am assuming I'm involved in this, but there has been so much paperwork to pass through. I actually don't remember being involved with hiring him.
Okay. Do you remember there being a public adjuster involved?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair enough, you don't remember the name. Have you been involved at all, well, let me ask you this. If iStorm or the public adjuster or anybody associated, with people working on the claim for Cambridge, if they had questions or wanted to talk to somebody or needed a decision, would you be the person they would contact?
No.
Who would they contact?
They'd contact Mark Dennings.
Who would Mark Deddens contact if he needed to talk about this?
Whoever he was working with, he works with a number of different contractors, so I don't know who he would actually do it with.
On behalf of Cambridge, if he wanted to talk to somebody at Cambridge about the claim, would he contact you?
Yes. Yes.
All right, now, do you know who Wade, I'm gonna probably say it wrong, Ligenfelter is? Does that sound familiar? Did I say it wrong?
No, but no, I don't know who he is. I did meet him today, but I don't know who he was.
Okay, what about Eric Trillis? Have you met him before?
Repeat, please.
Eric Trillis, have you met him before?
It's not familiar, no, ma'am.
Okay, and what about Dylan Turner? You think you were in here when his video played. Have you ever met him before?
Nice guy, but I never met him.
Okay, good. All right, and is it fair to say then that you weren't involved with retaining any of those experts?
I was not.
Do you have any understanding of how they are to be compensated for this litigation?
Repeat the question.
Do you know how they are to be compensated for this litigation?
Specifically the amounts?
No, how, not the amount, just.
Well, through Mark Dennings, so I guess Hal would be through Mark.
Okay, is Cambridge responsible for compensating them?
Yes.
To date, have you paid anything to them?
No. Give us anything.
You can fix that answer.
Okay.
Okay. When was this property constructed?
I believe it's 71 or 2.
Sometime in the 70s.
In the early 70s.
Okay. And you would agree with me that the cedar shakes that are on the property that we'll see in some pictures, those have been on there since they were built, right? Those are the original shakes,
Some yes, some no.
other than maybe some repairs over the years?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and do those maintenance people, when they come out, if somebody comes out to do some work, do they ever let you know if they see anything concerning at the property?
I call them about specific reasons, so yes.
Okay, but if, other than the reason that you call them out about, if they see something else while they're out there, do they let you know?
I would assume that they would, yes.
Okay. And as part of the discovery in this case, you provided some maintenance records from the property. Do you remember that?
Repeat the question.
As part of the discovery in this case, you produced some maintenance records from the property.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
All the invoices of all the stuff that was done since 2016.
Yes. Okay. This is I. Are you familiar with somebody named Sean Conley?
Oh, yeah,
Okay, and has he done a lot of work with the property over the years?
over the years, yes.
And if you could flip to Exhibit I in your binder.
I'm here. I'm here.
Are you there? Okay, I think it's the fourth page in, if you could flip to the fourth. Yeah. Do you see that?
I see it.
Okay. Would you agree with me that that's an invoice from Spray Away with the rep being Sean Conley?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the date on that invoice?
The 19th of September, 2019.
I think I have my copy. Wait for the product version.
Did you tell them to flip to the fourth page?
Yeah, oh, I did. Sorry, thank you, Your Honor. There we go. Okay. All right, so starting again on that then, is that document a Spray Away invoice?
The December 2nd of 2020.
Okay, so this invoice is about 2 weeks after November 15th of 2020?
I'd say so, yes.
Okay, and it looks like Mr. Conley was there to clean out gutters and roofs on the buildings, is that
Yes.
right?
It's a yearly thing.
Is he, okay, that's what I was gonna ask you, is that something he does yearly?
Well, we try to do it yearly, yes.
That's fair. After he did that work on the gutters and roofs, did you hear anything from him about
No.
concern about the condition of the
No.
property?
No.
I have nothing further, thank you.
All right, redirect.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to
Oh.
move that into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, you're moving, what is that, I?
It was I, just the one page, I'll pull the other ones out.
Okay. Is there any objection to I?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted. All right, redirect?
Could I ask the question?
No, hold on.
Your Honor, I have no questions on redirect.
All right, you may step down, Mr. Frank, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I see counsel up here?
Yes, Your Honor.
No. All right. Be back here at 10 minutes to 1. We'll start again. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to find out any information from any other source, and don't come to any conclusion until deliberations begin. We'll see you in about an hour or so.
jury a little bit about what you actually do in your day-to-day like as a building consultant.
So on the policyholder side, as a building consultant, I would come out and determine the type of damage that you have, what causes damage, and does it have any relevance to an insurance policy? From there, I can write the estimate in its detailed line item estimatation and provide an estimate that's difficult to question. It's so lined out in detail. For the carrier side, I write large losses for the carrier, which is called excess and surplus. So if the courthouse were, God forbid, to burn down, or a building were to slide down the side of a mountain in California, I'd go out and write what it will take to put that back together.
Do you do this work all over the country for carriers and property owners?
For both, yes, sir.
And do you maintain any licenses or certifications in your role as a building consultant?
I do.
And what are those?
I should be 17 state licenses that I currently have, around that 14 to 17. They change every so often. You pick up some, you give some back. Several IICRCs, water mitigation, heavy building construction, Vail Tech, which is a school that taught us all how to write claims back in the day.
Fair enough. About how many claims do you think you handle a year that involve roofing?
I would say the majority of my claims are roofing.
And when it comes to work that you've done for carriers, does that also involve roofing claims?
It does.
And does it also involve determining cause of damage when you're working for carriers?
Yes.
And have you done any kind of courses, any kind of, whether it be classroom or online, when it comes to determining the cause of loss?
Every 2 years, I have to have 24 CE credits determining that, from ethics all the way down to construction.
Have you been moved in court as an expert when it comes to this building consulting and knowledge?
I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move Mr. Lingenfelter in as an expert in building consulting, able to testify to the cause of damage.
Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, he's recognized.
So, Mr. Lingenfelter, how did you get involved with this claim?
I was contacted by the public adjuster, Adam Posen, to come out, look at the damage to these roofs and any siding damage and determine whether it was damaged, what it would cost to fix, and what I thought caused the damage.
What did you guys do when you get the phone call? What's your next step in investigating the claim?
I had a team come. There was 4 of us that met out at the property. There were quite many. I think it was 12 properties, 11, 12 properties. And each one of us were on top of these properties taking pictures and confirming the damage that we had found.
Let's get to the big question. We'll break down how you know it. When you went to the property, what did you find?
First thing I saw were missing shingles on the mansard roofs. That's the section of the roof mansard wall. Okay, just this little part here. So it's a mansard roof. That was easily seen from a distance. You could see the shingles pulled off of the mansard roof. Then from there we put up ladders, measuring tapes, lasers, and we measured and determined with photographs capturing the damage what had actually occurred.
Did you and your team take photographs of all the areas that were inspected?
Yes.
If you could for me, is that binder still up there?
There are 2 binders.
There should be the bigger white one. If you could for me, flip to number 5, P5. Flipping through these photographs, are these the photographs that you and your team took and reviewed from the property when you were inspecting?
Yes, these are the pictures, yes.
And do these accurately represent what the property looked like when you were out there?
They do indeed.
Do you recall about when you were at the property?
I do not know the date when I was at the property at this point.
If you would for me, flip to Exhibit 17. As part of this loss, did you draft a report as to some of your findings?
I did, yes, sir.
And taking a look at this, does this indicate in there the date that you inspected the property? I believe it was May of 2021? May 18th?
May 18th, 2021.
So do these photos accurately represent the property when you inspected in May?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, plaintiff would move P6 into evidence. Oh, I'm sorry, P5. I'm sorry, P5,
Any objection to 5?
Probably was just the photos, right?
which is the photos.
Okay,
They
yeah,
were
no-
they were mislabeled as the PA photos, they're his, but,
Oh, I gotcha. No objection, Your Honor, to the photos.
All right, they're admitted.
thank you. Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury?
Go ahead.
Taking a look, there's a lot of photos in here, so I'm by no means going to make you or the jury look at all of them. But just to give some context, finally, the jury gets to see some of the photos of this property. I'm sure they were dying to just see what it looks like. Is this the mansard roof that you were talking about?
One of many.
All right, now, can you just generally explain to the jury, what is this roof? What are we looking at, other than it's called a mansard?
So this is a mansard roof put together with a what's called a fire cut sewn shingle. It's just a shake shingle, it's just wood made of cedar. And underneath of this, or actually on top of the cedar there, on that ridge is a cap flashing. That cap flashing joins the cedar shake to an EPDM or a rubber roofing. It's flat. And
What
these-
is the purpose? What is cap flashing?
So cap flashing is used for two reasons. One, it's just decorative. It looks really good. And two, it does a great job of covering the binding seams that are underneath of that flashing where the cedar shake and the EPDM will meet. Something has to hold that rubber in place. Usually it's a strip that's put down and/or glued. And that cap flashing protects that EPDM from damage.
When you're looking at this photograph, do you see anything of note to the cap flashing up here at the top?
Yeah, there's actually 4 areas on that picture there that have wind damage, all the way to the right.
Your Honor, before you continue, is it all right if the witness leaves the stand to identify on the screen?
Yeah, just keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, use that nice projection of the voice, if you don't mind going over. Sorry for making you read. I tested the pointer, but it doesn't show up on the screen.
So the areas that we have here is this is a 12-foot section of cap flashing, 12-foot section, 12-foot section, 12-foot section. And you've got your damage here in the corner, here, and here, potentially from wind. Then you'll start seeing your shakes here that are starting to come loose in the damage. Some are missing or angled here. This one's pressed inward. This one's starting to come down, and so on. This is brickwork, no damage here in this area.
Did you make a determination as to the cause of the damage to the cap flashing that we see at the top of that photograph being lifted off?
Wind damage is the cause of that flash.
Any question in your mind that that's wind damage to the property?
None.
Taking a look at this next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is a cedar shaped mansard roof, one
If
of the
I-
mansards we were referring to.
If I could pause you, I don't know if you can do this, I'm gonna think of Vanna White or a newscaster where you turn around. Yeah, so try to face, if you could, face these guys, face the jury as you point up to the best of your ability.
Understood. So this up here, this shingle here that's come down, you can see how fresh this is. This discoloration would show that this happened recently or around the date of that storm when these pictures were taken. You have some over here, you'll see some discoloration here. These are called 3-dimensional shingles. It's just a little piece that sits up in here, makes it different looks. You see they're missing here, here. All these are stripe caps. You have a broken one here. So you see some of them laying here, which would be indicative of wind, showing that the cap flashing was bent and so forth. It kind of shows that the wind might have had a strong case in this.
Taking a look, you mentioned that cap flashing. What are we looking at here?
So this is one of the cap flashings we're referring to, and your mansard's going to be on the other side there. This is your EPDM, which is a rubber roofing. All right, and this cap flashing up here that's popped here and here, you can see it here. This separation is usually indicative of wind. A wear and tear situation wouldn't cause this, it would actually cause a creasing, right, where you're just taking it on, I'm exaggerating, if that's what's happening. Okay? So wind will go, and one side will be bent and the other one will stay the same. Where if it's a natural wear and tear, they'll both separate, usually normal.
So taking a look, I think the top might be the easiest from this angle where you can actually see it lifted off. What was your expert determination as to the cause of that damage?
Wind would have caused the lifting of this flashing here.
Thanks. You can have a seat back down. Now, when you were first out at the property, did you find other damage other than wind damage to this property?
I did.
What did you find?
Hail,
And when you were looking for hail damage, what were you looking for?
indentations in either the cap flashing, cracks in the cedar shake or an actual thumbprint indentation into the EPDM where a hailstone hits it so hard. You can't really tell, but there's an indentation there.
Now, was there any doubt in your mind that there was hail damage at this property?
No doubt that there was hail.
Now, were you here for the testimony of Mr. Turner, the expert meteorologist?
I was.
So I want to make sure that this is crystal clear for the jury. Was there any hail damage to this property from the November 15th storm in 2020?
That is correct. There was no damage from the hailstorm.
So there was hail damage on the roof, just not from this storm?
That is correct.
I understand. And thanks. Now, was this roof in perfect shape?
No, it was not.
Can you explain to the jury what happens with a roofing system like cedar shake or even the flat roofing as it ages? What effect does that have on its susceptibility for wind damage?
Wind damage would be effectively greater as age continues.
So, just to make sure we're clear, does that mean a roof as it gets older, the more susceptible it will become to wind damage?
That's correct.
What are we looking at in this photograph?
That's an EPDM roof used as a mansard in one of the sections of the roofs where there's a drop in the sectional roof. So this is a tall building, short building, and there's a building to the right a little taller than that.
Looking at this, can you just explain to the jury kind of what we're looking at? What are we seeing in this photograph?
So in this area, the roofer installed this EPDM roof by lifting it up on the wall, which on this side is going to be 4 feet, and on the back wall there's going to be 6 feet. And that's used because they don't have anywhere they can actually cap it off. So if you remember, we were talking about the trim before. That trim right there, you can see it holding that EPDM against the wall. That's what actually keeps that EPDM right where it's supposed to be. And it's actually doing what it's supposed to do, because there's a great deal of water and intrusion in this area that's collecting, causing weight and distribution, but the roof seems to be holding fine. On the back corner in the section there, you'll see the same thing where those creases, you're never going to have a perfectly flat mansard EPDM. It's not going to happen. There will always be a wave and a crease happening.
So with this, would you consider this section of the roof in good shape?
No, I would not.
Is it ideal to have that type of ponding on the top of the roof in that area?
Certainly not.
Just because a portion of the roof is like this, does that mean another portion of the roof couldn't have wind damage?
That would be, it could have wind damage.
Okay. So, in other words, just because the roof's, again, not in perfect shape, does that change your opinion at all about the storm damage from November 15th, 2020?
No.
Is sitting here today, is there any doubt in your mind as to the damages that we've looked at being caused from that November 15th, 2020 storm?
I concur with that.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have.
Cross-examination?
Your Honor. Morning. Oh, no, afternoon. Okay. Can I call you Wade?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You mentioned a team that you went out with to the site. Was that your team or just a group of people that you met?
Group of people that I work with or worked with prior to that storm on several occasions.
Okay. So they're not people that are employed with you or directly work with you. They were from different, I guess, outfits or whatever you want to call them, different groups?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Thank you. Now, I just want to clarify a few things about your background. You are not licensed as a public adjuster in Ohio, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're not an engineer or trained as an engineer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And currently, where do you work out of?
Florida.
Okay. When you were an insurance adjuster, did you ever handle claims in Ohio?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In your work that you're doing, other than in this particular claim, do you work in Ohio on other claims?
I do not.
Do you recall, when I took your deposition about, what was that, maybe a little over a month ago?
About 2
I
weeks.
don't remember when it is, like
Might be
March-ish?
about 2-3 weeks.
Okay, you recall that then, that's good. And you were involved in this case first, or not this case, but you were involved in this claim, if you will, back in May of 2021, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Other than going out and inspecting the property and preparing an estimate, did you have anything else to do with this matter prior to providing the report that you gave at the beginning of March of this year?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so basically from the time you did the estimate back in 2021 until March of 2024, you didn't have any role in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you went out to inspect the property, you would agree that you were asked to look for any damage that you found generally, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you weren't told of a date of loss that you were supposed to look for damage to be associated with?
No, ma'am.
Now, did you ever have any role in determining a date that damage occurred while you were involved?
No, ma'am.
When you were looking at the damage, did you have an opinion on whether or not the hail and the wind damage that you were seeing was from a particular date?
No, it wasn't my concern, the date of loss, ma'am.
Okay. While you were out at the site in May of 21, did you happen to talk to anybody that lived at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know who that was?
I do not remember her name, just her face.
Okay, do you know how, like, was she a resident or?
Yes, she was.
Okay, do you remember what came of that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do we want to know about this?
It was just a simple question. And the lady came out of her apartment, and there were many. I'm waiting for my attorney to say shorten your speech. And she was a nice lady, and it really didn't have much to do with why I was there. It really had to do with what we looked like and the road. She was very concerned about the road. And just being friendly, we just expressed, what should be done to fix a road.
Gotcha, okay. So she wasn't coming out, she wasn't somebody there representative of the community generally? She was
That's
just a resident
correct.
that happened to see
Yes,
the
ma'am.
road. Okay, and it doesn't sound like you had any conversations relative to what you were actually out there for? It wasn't about any damage to the property other than, it sounded like maybe the road?
A gentleman came out and just asked what we were doing there and why we were on the roofs and what we were looking for, and then just would encourage the conversation.
Gotcha. Did you ever talk to the property manager while you were there?
No, ma'am.
Okay, have you had any conversations with him prior to today?
None.
Okay. When you prepared an estimate for the damage, do you know if that was submitted to State Farm?
There was an estimate submitted, I know. I think mine was used and then broken into categories such as code, and so mine was one straight estimate.
Okay. When you prepared an estimate, was your estimate inclusive of what you saw to be both wind and hail damage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you ever asked to break it out to take out the hail damage?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever have the opportunity to review any documentation or photographs of the property prior to the date of loss of November 15, 2020?
No, ma'am.
I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness.
This time plaintiffs would call Mr. Berlin as on cross.
Go get him, Tiger.
You raise your right hand, please. Swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat. Please speak into the mic, okay?
Okay.
Madam Mayor, proceed.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Could you just introduce yourself to the jury?
John Berland, I'm with State Farm Insurance,
John, how long have you been with, sorry, Mr. Berlin, how long have you been with State Farm?
35 years.
All right. You're here today as State Farm's representative, correct?
Correct, for half a day.
Yeah. Yes, your co-representative is having a grandchild, I think, right?
Right.
Just wanted to go through a few of the documents that came up in this case, since you get the lovely job of being the State Farm rep. Do you have that binder in front of you?
It looks like I have a couple.
The bigger one, the bigger of the two white binders.
Okay.
If you could for me, flip to Exhibit 13.
Okay, yeah.
What are we looking at here?
This would be an email.
I'm sorry, 13? Is it just after the 13 tab? Let me make sure.
It's just one page.
I have it as an email as well.
I'm sorry, then it's 14. I missed. That's my apologies. 14. That might make a little more sense.
Okay.
What are we looking at there?
14 says this is a payment transmittal.
And is this something that State Farm generates?
Well, it is on a State Farm, it's a State Farm document, it appears to be. I would say I'm not entirely familiar with this document, but it does say State Farm on the document.
At this time, Your Honor, plaintiffs will move Exhibit 14 into evidence.
Any
No objection.
All right, it's
And Your Honor,
admitted.
permission to publish?
Yep.
Taking a look at this document in the top right corner, I just want to indicate, according to this State Farm document, the date of the incident or occurrence. What does that say?
November 15, 2020.
And the claim number there, that's the same claim number that has been used throughout the course of this claim. The date never changed, correct? Or I'm sorry, the claim number never changed, correct?
That's correct.
Taking a look at exhibit, I'm sorry, just make sure I get the right one now, I don't mess it up. At exhibit 8. Is this State Farm's claim of loss summary?
Again, with it being the first time that I'm seeing this is right now, that it does have a State Farm logo on there, and it does say summary of loss.
All right. And Your Honor, plaintiff would move exhibit 8 into evidence.
The objection to 8.
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
The claim number on exhibit 8, the summary of the loss, is the same as the claim number in exhibit 14, correct?
That's correct.
And sitting here today, I know you weren't here for the earlier testimony, but the date this claim was reported, it was reported on May 27th, 2021, correct?
I don't know where I don't have that information on this document here.
Sure, if you would for me, flip to exhibit 13. Now we're getting to that email.
Okay.
Now taking a look, this is an email from State Farm Specialist Millie Sokolsky, is that right?
Correct.
And if you take a look, well, first and foremost, Your Honor, plaintiff would move exhibit 13 into evidence.
The objection to 13.
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
And permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Taking a look, this email I think confirms what we've all heard. This claim was reported on May 27th, 2021 with a date of loss of November 15th, 2020. Is that right?
That's what that document says, yes.
And at least to the best of your knowledge as State Farm's representative, that's not being contested, correct?
As far as I would know, that would not be contested.
Now, State Farm did make payment on this claim, correct?
From my brief look at it this morning when I was contacted, I do believe I saw a payment, yes.
Finally, as part of this litigation, there's a thing called discovery, interrogatories that are sent out. Do you know that term, interrogatories? Have you heard that before?
Yes.
It's just a list of questions that the other sides answer in accordance with any given lawsuit. If you could for me, flip to Exhibit 19. Are you there?
Yes.
I'll represent to you, these are State Farm's responses to the interrogatories. Your Honor, plaintiff would move Exhibit 19 into evidence.
Ms. Thompson,
No objection, Your Honor.
it's admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury?
Yep.
Taking a look at these, I want to direct your attention to start to question number 6, which is on date stamp page 504. Are you there?
I'm there.
And actually, just to confirm dates, this was, at least according to the certificate of service, was sent out on page 510 on September 13th, 2022. If you take a look at the last, I think it's one of the last pages, pages 510. P510, do you see that?
Yeah, I have that page now.
And taking a look, you can see on here where this was served via email on September 13th, 2022.
Correct.
All right. So as of this point, it's in litigation. The dates of loss has been clarified, and State Farm is responding to these interrogatories. Is that accurate as far as you can tell?
Yes, we did, these interrogatories do show that we responded to them, yes.
And by the date of this, there's no dispute that you're aware of as to the issue being the November 15th, 2020 story, correct? But that's the date of loss that's at issue?
Yeah, again, from what I briefly looked at this morning, that was the date that was indicated, November 15th, 2020.
Yes.
Yes.
So taking a look at number 6, it says identify all facts and reasons for defendant's position that there was no wind damage at plaintiff's property caused by the subject loss/claim. And again, we all know we're talking about November 15th, 2020, right?
Correct.
And the answer that State Farm says is subject to and without waiving said objection, State Farm did not take the position that plaintiff did not sustain any wind damage. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that in the second paragraph.
And if you take a look down to question 8, the answer to question 8, subject to and without waiving said objection, State Farm did not take the position that no portion of any roof sustained any damage from wind. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Going down to question 12. Subject to and without waiving said objection, State Farm did not take the position that plaintiff had no covered damage from wind. Do you see that?
Yes, but there's also a second sentence to that also.
Sure. State Farm's estimate was their estimate for wind damage to this property, correct?
That's a report from expert Matthew Mercer, correct.
Right. But the estimate that State Farm is referring to is their estimate for wind damage to this property from this loss, correct?
Again, I think that's getting over what I looked at as far as when I received the call this morning about coming here. We're getting into some technical stuff there with that, so.
Fair enough. Last question we'll hit on for this, number 13. Subject to and without waiving said objection, State Farm did not take the position the plaintiff had no covered damages. See State Farm's estimate. In other words, you'd agree with me, State Farm's admitting there were covered damages in this response. for the question, correct?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think he's made it clear he doesn't have knowledge specific to what's meant by that answer.
Come on up here. All right, that objection sustained to the extent you don't know, Mr. Berland, okay?
So just to clarify, for purpose of the record, you don't know one way or another if State Farm is admitting here that there is covered damage as a result of this loss. Is that right?
That's right.
I have no further questions.
All right. You may step down, thank you. Next witness.
Now, please call Mr. Trillis.
Can you raise your right hand, please? I swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, let them know what you do for a living?
Sure. So my name is Eric Trillis. I am a professional engineer within the state of Ohio and 28 other states. Been practicing engineering since, practicing forensic engineering, forensic evaluations of buildings, since 2006. So a little bit over, what, 20 years or so, just under 20 years. I also do design of buildings. So I work on both designing and making sure the building's going to stand up, and I also work on the forensics aspect of it, of what makes it fall apart. So I see both ends of it.
So can you just give a little explanation to the jury about forensic engineering, what that entails?
Sure. So there are many aspects to it, but the one I focus in is really damage to structures as it relates to natural disasters. And I'm actually a certified second responder during earthquake events and high wind and flood events. So I'm certified nationally through the International Code Council to perform evaluations on buildings to determine whether they're structurally safe or not to be re-inhabited after an event. And then I also, outside of that, I practice in determining damages to buildings caused by high winds and earthquakes and fires and things of that nature.
And in your nearly 20 years of experience as engineering, have you been doing forensic engineering that entire time?
Yes.
Have you ever been retained by State Farm to do any engineering work?
Yes, I have, in South Florida.
How are you compensated as an expert?
So my contracts are typically, or almost every time, they're a lump sum fee to perform the evaluation, reviewing of data, purchasing of any outside third-party data that is required to be able to evaluate it, and prepare a report. It's a lump sum fee. And then anything after that is going to be an hourly fee.
Do you have any what we'll call skin in the game when it comes to the outcome? In essence, you're only paid in the event that the claim is paid for?
Zero. I never do that.
Why not?
It is within the ethics of an engineer to not do something of that.
What's your educational background? Where did you go to school?
So I got my bachelor's degree at Florida Institute of Technology. That's in Melbourne, Florida. I got my bachelor's degree in civil engineering. After that, I did my master's degree, Master's of Science in Structural Engineering from Florida International University in Miami.
Do you have to do anything to maintain your licensing as an engineer year to year?
Yes, having 29 licenses. I'm doing, I want to say, I think last time I checked, it was about 175 to 180 hours of classes a year.
All right. As the attorneys, that's a lot more than we ever worried about. And have you ever been identified as an expert in court for forensic engineering?
Yes.
Do you, as part of your forensic engineering, do you determine the cause of damages to structures as a result of a storm?
Yes, we determine the cause and origin of the damage.
And specifically, when it comes to things like roofing, how many roofs have you evaluated in your career? If you had to estimate.
Thousands.
At this time, Your Honor, plaintiff would move Mr. Trillison as an expert in forensic engineering, able to testify to the cause and origin of the storm damages to this property.
Ms. Thompson?
No objection.
All right, he's admitted as an expert.
So Mr. Trillis, how did you get involved with this loss?
I was contacted by Vicio Fori's office.
Is that an attorney's office?
Yes.
And once you were contacted to do an evaluation on this claim, what'd you do?
So we always do an initial check of what's going on before we even take on the claim or have any kind of contract. We review some of the documents, see some of the photos, review some of the weather history, weather data, try to understand what's going on. Then we determine whether we're going to take the claim on or not. And then from there, we prepare the contract, agree to the terms, and then we move forward.
Are there claims that you've rejected in your career?
Hundreds.
And why reject the claim? What are some of the bases?
We just don't see the facts being there. The data, the weather data is not supporting what we are being told or what we are informed they thought it was. Or the damages, the types of damages that we're seeing don't appear to be something that's, for instance, wind related or earthquake related or fire or hail related. The facts just don't make sense.
What were you contacted for on this loss to evaluate?
We were contacted to evaluate a wind and hail event at the subject property.
Let's get the easy one out of the way. Did you go out and inspect this property?
Yes.
And did you find there was hail damage at the property?
Yes.
In hearing the testimony from Mr. Turner, what is your opinion today as to whether or not this storm from November 15, 2020 caused hail damage?
We are of the opinion that it did not cause hail damage.
Is it common in the industry for an expert to change their opinion when it comes to evaluating a loss?
Yes.
And why does that happen? Why would an expert ever change and go from, yeah, there's hail damage to the storm didn't cause hail damage?
Because there's more data that comes out within the claim throughout the process. More information is provided. There's more data that is gathered by other experts outside of my expertise that would be able to give me that data to make an informed decision.
Gotcha. So you go out, you do an initial inspection of the property, is that right?
In this case, we did an initial review of the documents on an initial inspection.
Understood. So once you do the review, do you later go out to the property?
Yes.
And what did you do when you went out to inspect the property?
So we performed an inspection of all the roofs. So I climbed and inspected all the roofs, and we did an exterior evaluation of all the buildings as well.
You personally were up on every roof of this property?
Yes, sir.
So when you went out to the property, we're going to look at photos in a moment, but can you just describe to the panel, to the jury, what did you see?
So we saw older buildings. We definitely saw some significant wind and hail damage at the property.
Now, we've asked this too, but I'm going to ask it of every expert in this case. Was this property in perfect shape?
No.
Can you explain to the jury how a property that is older, how does it change when it is affected by wind as a result of it being older?
So I like using analogies when we're comparing something like this. So it's very similar to a human body aging. When my son plays baseball and he's 7 years old. So when my son falls down and he doesn't, gets right back up and nothing happens, doesn't break any bones. But if you're 80, 85 years old, you fall down, the likelihood of you breaking a bone, it's more brittle, higher likelihood. Similar with the wind. Newer buildings are going to be fare better in a high wind event than older buildings would.
Now, when you went out to the property for this loss, did you photograph the property?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of photographing?
So when we're out there, we are just documenting the condition of the entire property. We're not trying to determine what's damaged and what's not. We are just documenting everything. So we took a significant amount of photos in this property, given the number of buildings it was. We're just documenting the condition that we saw while on site.
Take a look for me at Exhibit 16.
And there's two binders here. The white one?
I'm sorry, the big one, yeah, the big white one.
You said 16, correct?
16, yes.
I think they're upside down. Okay, I'm at Exhibit 16.
If you can flip through that, what are we looking at Exhibit 16?
This appears to be a copy of my,
The report, if you flip to the end, I think is 91 pages, maybe 90 pages long. Does that sound about right?
correct.
Now, there are a number of photographs we're going to go through. Do the 90 pages of photos here, are those all of the photos that you took of the property?
No, not nearly.
I'll represent, there's about 2,000 other pages of photographs of the property. Does that sound more like the number of photos you documented this loss?
So that's about 2,000 pages, but I think totals nearly 5,000 photos that we took.
It's 4 per page?
Yeah, there's about 2 or 3 per page, yeah.
Okay. So, let's go through all, no, I'm just kidding. We're not gonna go through all. Let's take a look at some of the photographs. Your Honor, well, I'm not moving exhibit, but there's been a stipulation between the council that the photographs are able to be projected, and we will move only pages 16, no, I'm sorry, yeah, 16 through 90 of P16.
You said just the photographs though, right?
Just the photos.
Yes, I have no objection to the
Without
photographs being
text?
admitted.
Without the text, Your Honor.
Correct,
Okay, no objection to that?
correct, Your Honor.
All right, so 16 as it's been stipulated to is admitted.
If you would for me, can you flip to that first page, exhibit 6 of, I'm sorry, page 16 of exhibit 16. And Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm here.
What are we looking at here?
So this is one of the rubber membranes of the roofing systems.
What is this arrow pointing to?
So this arrow is pointing to where there is an opening between the seams of the roofing membranes. And that's evidence of the wind trying to lift up the roofing system and separating the seams.
How do you know that's wind damage and not something like age-related wear and tear?
So when it's age-related, all of these roofing systems are installed in the same manner, in the same method, same time, same material, and they're all going to experience the same sun, wind, snow, rain, etc. So you would expect to see, if it were to be age-related, temperature-related, you'd expect to see a uniform type of damage across the entire seam, not in specific areas, right? And you would expect to see a shrinking of the material. So you'd see a separation side to side evenly throughout the seam, from top to bottom of the seam. So you'd see it go side to side as opposed to up and down. Your temperature and aging forces that act on a roofing membrane act in the same plane as the roofing system, side to side. It doesn't try to lift up the roof. It tries to pull it side to side. With the wind, on the other hand, it's an external force that is coming, is trying to lift up your roofing system. So the forces that roofing system is experiencing during a high wind event is up and not side to side. So that is why when you have a failure caused by wind, you're going to see up instead of side to side. And that's what we see here in the photo.
Can you just explain to the jury, and maybe I can get a wider shot of the roof, how is this roof installed? What kind of roofing system is this?
So there's numerous roofing systems, but on this one specifically, it's a TPO roofing membrane where it is sheets of plastic that is laid out, and they have, if you see, there's indentations in certain areas where there's actual anchors that are anchoring down the insulation underneath it, right? So there's insulation underneath it, and then on top of that you have the membrane, which is what you see, the dark membrane that you see on the top, that come in 4-foot wide sheets that they are then kind of welded or burned at the ends and tied together.
So it's, for lack of a better term, kind of one roll and then another roll that kind of overlaps a little, and then another roll that overlaps a little, so on and so forth?
Correct. They do overlap. They do have an overlap.
And how are they adhered to that lower insulation layer?
So they are totally adhered with a sealant, right? With a glue, so to say.
What happens when there's wind damage to that adhesion between the roofing system and the insulation underneath?
So it goes back to the wind trying to lift it up and the forces acting up. You start getting the bubbling, right? So it starts lifting it up and it starts causing wrinkles and air pockets underneath. So you start seeing it flat and then you have a bubble and it starts lifting it up because the forces are acting up, not sideways.
So if I could, just to make sure we're all on the same page here, we see the arrow pointing to these bubbles back here. What is that we're looking at?
That's exactly just that. That is the roofing membrane being lifted up off the roof deck.
And just to differentiate, what are these little spots that we're seeing here? Is that wind damage?
No, that is not damaged. Those are the anchoring systems of the installation, which is it's a really long nail with a washer that they hammer down to hold the insulation down.
Gotcha, okay. Let's keep looking at a few more of these. If you would, this is on, just for identification purposes, page 22 of your report. What are we looking at here?
So these are the wood shakes.
What is the red arrow pointing to?
So if you notice, there's clearly a wood shake there in the middle missing. The one thing to really focus here, and one thing that we were pointing out within our report here is the discoloration, the change in colors between that same piece of wood. So the arrow that the wood shake is pointing to goes from the bottom all the way to the top, and then it's nailed just below the wood shake above it. And so that is all one piece of wood.
Just to be clear, when you say it's nailed below, you're talking about this one here?
Yes.
Okay.
So it goes from where your finger just was all the way to the bottom, where you see the bottom of it. And that's all one wood shake, right? It's one big long piece of wood, and they kind of overlap so that the water comes down. So what we're seeing is a discoloration, which indicates that it is it's a wood shake that was there previously, that was not exposed to the elements, which is why the wood is not darker like the bottom portion is, the bottom half of that wood shake is. So that discoloration indicates that it's something that happened more recent.
Now, here's one of the real important questions. Do you have an opinion as to what storm caused that damage?
Yes, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I walked up and I saw this and I said immediately it was November 2020 or any other date.
And what did you do?
So what we do is we document everything. We document all the photos, take over the 5,000 photos that we had, take it back to the office. I evaluate that compared to all the other facts that we have. And so we pulled weather data dating back to 2010 for this specific area. So we know the type of damage that we have, right? We know that it is clear that it is wind damage. That's the only thing clear about it when you first see it. Now, how do you tie it to a specific date? So once you understand that it is wind damage, you got to find what type of wind, what can cause this type of damage, understanding the forces and how they act on these type of members. So then we did a history of the weather dating back to 2010. And we found the exact dates of the types of wind speeds that this property would have experienced, high wind pressures that could have caused this type of damage. That narrows it down to a handful of dates. Then we start looking at the appearance of the damage compared to the dates of those weather events. Looking at that, so by the appearance, I mean discoloration, the aging, etc. Once you compare that to the dates of the weather data that we had and the facts of the case that we had from gentlemen and gentlewomen that we spoke to, indicating that they saw damage on certain dates, the photos that we saw that were taken by others that were there prior to us, kind of dating the damage on specific dates, we were able to come to a conclusion that it was the November 2020 storm that caused this type of damage.
So let's break this down a little bit. We've got a storm of nearly 70 miles an hour on November 15th of 2020. In your analysis and looking back at the weather, how long before November 15th, 2020, how far back do you have to go before you get to a storm that you determined could have caused any type of wind damage to this property?
So based on the NOAA weather data that we pulled from the National Weather Service, we found that the only other significant wind event that occurred at the property or in the vicinity of the property that NOAA has on record publicly is a 2018 storm, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm going from memory, I believe it was September of 2018.
Now, looking at this photograph, what does this tell you about whether this happened in 2018 or 2020?
So this is something more recent, because you can see the significant difference. It has not been exposed to the elements for an extended period of time.
What
Right.
would you expect, if this was from 2018, what would you expect to see?
I would expect that top half of the portion to look more like the bottom half of that portion.
So, were there other shingles that were missing on this property that might have been from an older storm?
Yes.
Let's take a look at page 22. Oh, this is 22, I'm sorry, which one am I on? I thought that was the wrong date. 26. Taking a look here, we can see that right next to that arrow where there's that missing shingle, that the coloration is much more consistent throughout. Do you see that?
Correct.
What's your opinion as to this damage?
So this is one that it is my opinion that it was something prior to the November of 2020.
Gotcha. What about this? Is this storm damage?
No, this is not storm damage.
What is that?
So this is, once again, the aging of the wood shakes. So one of the things that these wood shakes tend to do when they age, from getting wet and dried out, they start curling. So the actual curling of that wood shake is age-related and is not wind-related. And that goes back to the theory of acting in the same plane as the wood. It is trying to shrink. And so by causing it to shrink in the same kind of the same direction as the wood shake, as it's trying to shrink, it's pulling everything in and causing it to curl. There's no external force trying to pull it off.
Let's keep ourselves going down. What about this one here that we're looking at where the arrow is pointing, where it seems a little bit lower?
Yeah, so that one, what happened, like I said, it's nailed at the very top of it. And so as the wind is trying to lift it up and pop it out, it's ever so slightly popping out that nail more and more. So as that nail's popping out, it's causing it to slip and slide down because the nail is no longer tight. Loosen up the nail and now it's slid down. And so if you look at the very top of that one, they all have that darker color because that's the water, rain and snow kind of coming down it. That's that darker color. But what you're looking at is at the very top of that one, you see how it's actually lighter, not darker. And it's kind of tough to see and not be able to point.
Right here?
Yes. So that small lighter section of it is the one that is indicative of it not being exposed to the elements, keeping its original color, and now when it's slid out, you can see the difference.
Taking a look a little further down underneath this window. What are we looking at here?
This is a much better picture just to show you what I mean by that. So this is just below a window, and there's flashing right below that window to kind of make the water go out instead of in. And so it's gonna seep underneath it, and that's what you see on that wood, the really dark color. It's the water kind of coming down and seeping down below it. But if you notice, there's still that lighter portion. The bottom half of that is still lighter because there was a shingle that was there protecting that portion of it from the elements, from the sun, from the rain. And so once that's ripped off, you can clearly see the difference. And trying to age it, something between 2018, 2020, it's clear that it was something more recent.
So based off of that, is there any doubt in your mind, as an expert in engineering, that this shingle was lost as a result of the November 15th, 2020 storm?
No.
I don't want to belabor the points on these. What are we looking at here?
So here's more of the bubbling, right? Now we keep talking about the forces going up instead of sideways. This is more of bubbling it, lifting it up, lifting the TPO system up off and removing the adhesion between the actual roofing system and the deck.
Again, any question as to this being related to the wind damage?
No.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the mansard that has the asphalt shingles on it. There's clear indication of it trying to be pulled out. And this is one of the newer mansards. This is not one of the original ones. It's clear indication that this is trying to be pulled out, wind ripping it off.
Any doubt that that's wind damage?
No, because if this would have been present if this would have happened in the 2018 storm, it would have been present during the November 2020 storm, that would have been there. That would have been completely ripped off during the November 2020 storm. If it would have been weakened to the point that it is there.
Got it. We see another one of these ripples. What are we looking at here?
Once again, that uplift separating the deck and the roofing system.
What about here along the edge?
Now, this is the edge of the roof. This is one of the areas that's going to have some of the highest uplift pressures, right? Some of the highest pressures that are trying to lift up the roofing system. And to explain that a little bit more, during a high wind event, there are certain areas of the building that are going to experience higher forces than others. So, for instance, if you have a square building or a rectangular building similar to what we have here, the corners, the edges of your flat roof are going to experience higher pressures from the wind, higher uplift pressures from the wind than the center of the building would. So that's why we're seeing a lot of the ripples that we saw are along the edges, which is once again indicative of an area that would experience higher pressures during a high wind event. So those are the areas that you would expect to see some kind of uplift or failure before you see it in other areas.
Got another one of the shakes for us. What are we looking at here?
So once again, that discoloration showing, the aging of something that's been exposed compared to something that is more recent.
What are we looking at in this photograph? Down here, sorry.
So I thought this was a good one to put it within the report to understand the difference between something aging and something being lifted up, right? And having the force pull it away. That's what the wind is doing, is pulling it away as opposed to causing it to shrink and curl. So here we saw a lot of wood shakes that were curling and they were sticking out a little bit. But if you notice, this one's not curling at all. There is no curl to it. There is no rotting of it like we saw in some of the ones that were curling. It is just simply lifted up off the roofing system. And that's, once again, that wind force trying to rip it off.
Any question to you that one's wind damage?
No.
And again, in your comparison, are you comparing it in essence to this where you can clearly see the curve of the wood?
Correct.
Got it. Now what are we looking at here?
So this is a shingle that's been impacted and kind of cracked and broken. And so what we're seeing here is, if you notice, the wood shake that's behind the one that's broken has that difference in colors. And so this could have been impacted by either hailstone or flying debris during a high wind event, but it's evident that this shake was impacted.
What are all these S's that we see in this photograph?
So this is something I do during my inspections. The S's stand for a soft spot, where we found evidence of moisture underneath the roofing system. As we're walking through, where we're finding soft spots on the roof. So that is a moisture penetrating, getting underneath, damaging the insulation, damaging underneath the roofing system.
Is it supposed to be soft?
No.
What do we
Especially not that specific roof, because that was one of the more newer roofs. It should not be soft.
Gotcha. What are we looking at here?
So this is more of the bubbling effect, right, of the lifting it up.
Are all of these lines, we see a bunch of the S's, but we also see the ovals. Are those ovals, what are they doing?
Those ovals are indicating the areas that have been lifted up.
Gotcha. How about this one?
This is going back to the TPO membrane, and this is more of the uplift. And if you notice, it's once again along the corner of the buildings, along the edge of the building.
Here's a really great one, because I think it does both in one shot. What can you tell, what can you use this photo, in one page, explaining the distinction between the top photograph and the bottom photograph?
So we use it just for exactly that. You can see what you could call fresh damage versus older damage. And you can clearly see the difference between, something, the discoloration of something that happened recently versus something that has been ripped off and has been exposed to the elements for quite some time. And if you see the difference on the one up top is barely any, if any at all. There is some difference because there was something there at some point, and if you look closely, there is some slight difference to it, but you can tell that is a much older, exposure as compared to the one down below, which is something more recent.
What are we looking at here?
So when it comes to wind, a wind event, you can't just walk up to one element, find damage to it, and point, that's wind. Wind is something that happens throughout the entire building, so you would expect to see damage to different components of the actual roofing system. And that's exactly what we saw here. We saw a lot of the flashing to be lifted up, bent, separated throughout all the buildings that we evaluated.
Last but not least, what are we looking at here?
And so this is the rounded out areas of the buildings. This is a different wood shake system. I would age this one newer compared to the ones that we saw previous to. I believe they were the original construction. These happened sometime after.
Just to pause you there, when you say the wood is newer, are you talking about the shakes themselves, that this is a newer shake than the other shakes we looked at?
Yes, so this is a wood shake that has been installed that was not original to the building.
And with these shakes, are they the same dimensions and thicknesses as the other ones, or are these thinner?
They're thinner.
So again, looking at this, what are we looking at here?
So you clearly see the difference in the discoloration, understanding timeline of when certain things happened, comparing that to all the other facts that we had. It was evident that this was the November 2020 storm that caused this type of damage. And this is also clear that it is wind damage.
Sitting here today, you've gotten to hear, I think, all the testimony, right, so far?
Yes.
Is there any doubt in your mind that the November 15th, 2020 storm caused wind damage to this property?
No.
Those are all the questions that I have.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Now, you would agree that the meteorologist report was prepared in June of 22, right?
It's come to my attention now, yes.
Okay. So that your testimony that no one ever made you aware that they had a meteorology report related to this event prior to, I guess, after your deposition last month and prior to now?
Correct.
Okay. Have you actually reviewed that report since then, or have you only just what you observed from the deposition? Is that what you rely on?
I've been informed of what the report says. I have not read the entire report.
Is that something that you would have expected to have been provided if you were going to be offering opinions related to wind and hail prior to now?
Not necessarily. A lot of the times, a meteorologist is not involved. It is a lot of times that I do a lot of the research through NOAA because a lot of the information is public. So we rely on that for our opinions and within our report. If there's a specific meteorologist, it's preferred and it would be better information, but it's not something that we rely on or ultimately need to arrive at our opinions.
Okay. You would agree in your report, though, that you made findings that there was hail at the property. You said that based on your NOAA research initially, at least, right?
Correct, yeah, we found, actually, NOAA found that within the vicinity of the property, there's approximately 0.88 inches of hail stone sizes that fell within the vicinity of the building, of these buildings.
When you found out that there was no hail being attributed to the date of loss by the meteorologist, did you go back and look for a date on which the hail damage that you are reporting occurred at the property may have happened?
I have not gone back and done it, because like I said, I think I found out over the weekend about this. So I have not gone back to actually check to see the dates, but I do have, like I said, we did find all the weather data dating back to 2010, and there were other hailstone events that we did see within the weather data.
Okay. Now, I think we talked about this in your deposition. You don't have any other weather data in your report, though, right? Other than the data from November 15th of 2020, is that correct?
Reference or like a picture like I typically do within my report, I don't believe I have any other data on there now.
So what is the basis of your testimony today that you went back and you can say that the last wind weather event at this property was 2018? It it's not in your report, and it's not in anything in your file, so how did you come about the information for today's testimony?
So the actual weather data, the screenshot like you saw in my report, is not on the report, but the reference that I used in the website, I think we spoke about it in deposition, the website and the source that I used to look up to 2010 is referenced within my report, within, I think it's section 7, the references section. It has the exact website that I used to research from 2010, January 2010, all the way till the date of my report, because we went all the way to our date of our report, for all weather events that happened within the area. And it's actually within Lake County.
Okay. So I want to, and this is actually just for, this is demonstrative, Tony.
I'm sorry?
I said I have something demonstrative that I want to put up for him, or I guess you could call it impeachment evidence, but, so I'll show it to you before I offer it, so you can object to it. It is a no report. I can't help myself.
Remember your sidebar?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna start with. All right, if you can show that or publish that so you can see it.
Your Honor, I'd object to it being published to the jury. It's not even moved into evidence.
Do you,
I don't actually
Take
have
it.
it printed out, I wasn't. I can show on the computer,
hold on,
sorry.
hold on. Take them out, Bob.
Yes, sir. All right, the jury, jurors, come here.
It's probably gonna be about 5 minutes or so, okay? All right, have a seat. Start with that.
Oh, am I just showing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
That's why I took them out. Go ahead.
Let me just ask, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you referenced having the NOAA reports that you pulled previously, and you said you pulled from 2010 to 2020 for this incident location?
I believe it's a little bit past 20 because I went all the way to like the date of my report is typically what I do.
Okay, was it a report similar to this where it comes from the NOAA weather event database? Is that the database that you searched?
So that's the database. Yeah, and if you actually hit back one time on that search that you did there, it would give you the report that I'm talking about that gives you every timeline.
Right.
It's a list. So that is a detailed version of a specific weather event.
Right, this is one, and that's how you got the weather event that you have in your report that references the November 15th, 2020 event. You put the part there that says storm event database into your report, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this is just one database listing out of that list of, I guess, Lake County, right? You search it by county?
Yeah, because it's the search is by county. You can't do specific cities. So that is one screenshot of that specific weather event. But the references, I found it on my report. It's actually section 6 of my report. Has the reference and the website that it has takes you to the page prior to this.
I may actually have that page with me.
And it actually might take you to like the weather, the actual like search function of it, not what I searched.
No, that's fine, sorry, I was gonna say, it's a screenshot, so I need to actually see if I have, the other. Okay, you know what, let me just. I'm having trouble with the internet for some reason. I'm gonna put my phone
Is
on.
that screenshot from the database that you investigated with regard to 2010 through November of 2020?
So I didn't understand. So the screenshot was for November 2020.
Right. That showed whatever you found, what you testified to, that it was a wind event, right?
On November, yes.
Okay. Did that come from the same location as that screenshot up there, in that same database?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the problem? He used that database to go through for a 10-year period and look for the closest wind event to November 15th of 2020. She's taken the same database and asking him about something within that database that he consulted in his report.
Your Honor, that was the first time I'm seeing that report. is
Okay.
Right now.
All right.
They've not produced
But it's a
that.
database that your guy used the database, right?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Well, that's what he said.
Your Honor, our concern is, just to be clear, I'm not trying to frustrate the court, this
You're not
database
frustrating
has,
me, I'm just asking you questions, trying to get an answer, that's all.
this database has 30 or 40 different event types for
Okay.
every county in Ohio through any date range. The information that's being provided has no context whatsoever for this jury.
Okay, well, isn't the it may not yet, because the only thing they heard about was he consulted the NOAA database from 2010 forward to November 15th of 2020 and found the last event that could have done that damage to September of 18, right?
Correct.
That's his testimony.
Yes.
Okay? So you want to prevent her from using the same database to show him some report from whenever, I don't know, I don't know when it is, okay?
Agreed, and that's my concern, Your Honor, is that this is a surprise to us, and trial is not the time.
But it's the database he used to come up with his report, and he says the last one that could have caused this was September of 18. So why is that not fair game to look at that same database and see what, now maybe he's got an explanation for it, that's got nothing to do with nothing, okay?
Sure, yeah.
But why should she be prevented from taking the same source he used to compile his report and not be able to question him on it?
Again, Your Honor, my biggest concern when the objection was made is we had no way to confirm.
I know that, okay? He's the expert. He knows that NOAA crap, right? Better than I do, better than you do.
Yes,
all right?
most definitely.
And so he can explain it.
Understood, Your Honor.
So it's gonna be overruled, and you can show him that.
Your Honor, I appreciate where we're going with this, because it is giving me some context for what report is run. So what event type was run?
It's just for the county.
All events?
It tells you
All
the
of it.
event, but yes, you don't, because it could say thunderstorm wind, it could say high wind, so you have to, I don't usually narrow it just to, like then you open, you click on a specific one.
Okay, which date are you showing?
There's this one right here, it says Lake Shore. I'm clicking on.
Wait, I'm sorry, Lake Shore, I'm at the same place you are, so I'm just making,
Okay.
what's the date, 7/29/19?
Yes, there's that one, and then further down, there's Lake Zone 11/27/2019.
11/27/19. And this has the wind speed somewhere?
Did you click on it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it said, wait, which one are you on?
the first one.
The first one, it has wind speed at the top, where it is in his report too.
You're talking about magnitude?
It says magnitude 52 knots, and then you can scroll down and read the narrative and the event narrative. So the exact same thing that he has. And this one is relevant because the property. Sorry, I'm having some trouble getting it to zoom. Okay, well, let me go back to my picture version. The relevance is the property at issue is located right here.
Your Honor, one of the issues we have, the property that is showing up here, the Lakeshore property, is significantly further away from our property.
It's
And
right here.
without this,
This is the property right here. Barrington Road, these are the condos if you zoom in.
sure, but there's nobody to be certifying this data, to be testifying as to the hearsay that's in here.
That is the same data that he used, right?
Not this data, no.
That is the same, it's all comes from the same database. All right, I'm done arguing about it. She's gonna be permitted to use it. Bring them back in. Let's go.
You want me to take that down right now?
Oh, it's up to him.
No, I'm gonna let you question him on it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, to the jury.
All right, have a seat. Go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
I can't remember exactly where we were. I think we were talking about that you had reviewed the NOAA storm event database from 2010 to a little past 2020, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so we had just pulled up, is this document appear to be a document from the storm event database that you would have reviewed as part of your search?
So once again, not that specific one. There was the one that has a list of all of them.
Okay, and just to help, and this may not match your exact search, but is this the kind of document that when you do a search, it pops up like this on the database, and then you can click on a particular location?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so this is the type of search that you did?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so pulling this document then back up. This one has a date of loss, or I'm sorry, date of event of 7/29/2019, is that correct?
I'm not sure, I can't see it very well. If you can zoom in.
Yes. Is that better?
Yes, that's it, yes.
And it has the magnitude of the windstorm is 52 knots, is that correct?
Yes.
And what are knots in miles per hour? What would 52 knots be?
It'll be roughly around 60 miles per hour.
And then looking here, are you familiar with the location of the property that we're talking about today?
Yes.
Okay, and is Barrington Road right about here? Does this appear to be the location of the property?
I'm honestly not quite sure. I do better with the satellite one because it's tough. It's
Okay.
tough to just look at squares.
That's fine. This is Mentor Avenue here, right? And then Painesville Township is where the property is located?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see this report when you did your search that we were talking about?
I'd have to go back and double check my list. I'm not quite sure.
Okay. And then another one. Oh, no, sorry, I just opened the same one. This is another one I just opened off of the NOAA database that we were just in. This one, do you agree it has a date of 11/27/2019?
Yes.
Okay, and that one is from Lake County as well?
Lake County, yes.
Okay, and then, sorry, it's hard to see, 58 miles per hour, would you agree it says that's the magnitude? Or
Yeah.
sorry, 58 knots?
Yes.
Okay, and then just so you can see what it says, since it's Lake County, it talks about some wind speeds in the area. Do you know, is that Fairpoint Harbor, is that one of the, or is that near this area in Lake County?
I don't know from memory exactly how close it is.
Okay, it wasn't data that you looked at specifically?
I can't remember I don't remember from memory sitting right here. I'd have to go back and double check.
Okay, that's fine. So you would agree, though, that it does appear there were two events in 2019 that would be wind events close or similar to the one that occurred in November of 2020?
Lesser miles per hour, because what we saw were 70 miles per hour. And when you're looking at pressures on buildings, the formula to determine what pressure a building gets is squared. So it is exponentially greater for every mile per hour you go up. So if we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at roughly the two events you saw were 60 miles per hour. The difference in pressures between 60 to 70 miles per hour is exponential. So you are talking about a roughly around 25% increase in pressures on a building over just simply 10 miles per hour. I understand that 10 miles per hour seems like not much, but in the engineering and the forces on a building, it is exponentially greater.
Okay. This one was 58 knots, though, so what is that in miles per hour?
Well, if we scroll down below, so 58 knots is what it read at the max, but what it's reading in the actual report, the written report of it, it talks about it being 62 miles per hour measured.
Okay.
It doesn't say 58 knots converted to miles per hour is still below 70, but it is somewhere in the mid-60s.
Okay.
But here, what we're saying is the 62 miles per hour in the Fairpoint Harbor is what you're pointing at. I think are you indicating that's the closest area to it, Fairpoint Harbor?
No, I was just reading off of there, that's where the weather station was that they were doing some of the readings from, so.
Correct.
That's what I was just pointing to that. So.
Okay.
Okay, so just to clarify then, so looking at those, you would agree, though, that from the storm event database, there are at least two other wind events that were in 2019 that weren't referenced in your report, right?
So no other weather report, no other weather data was shown like you saw there in my report, but we did review it all. There are other events that happened nearby that were lower than that were in the 45 knots, 50 knots, that we evaluated. And so once you turn that into pressures, as I said, the exponential increase in it, we did not feel like that wind speed could cause the type of damages and the widespread type of nature of the damage that we saw to the property.
What was the 2018 wind event that you referred to then? What were the speeds in that?
They're similar. They're 70 miles per hour, 72 miles per hour, I believe it was.
But you didn't document that anywhere, right? That's just something that you're telling us today, right? I mean, like, it's on your report, the 2018 data.
It is referenced within section 6. I misspoke earlier. It said section 7. It's actually section 6 is referenced within my report.
Okay, about that. Now, as far as the inspection protocol that you have for your, in your report,
Well, hold on, Ms. Thompson. When you talk about section 6 in your report, you're talking about the reference section, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That has the website of what she pulled up there.
Understood.
okay, switching gears, so we're not gonna bother anymore. Okay, so I just want to talk a little bit through some of what you do during your inspection process. So in this particular case, you went out, and in your report, you talk about doing a pre-inspection, and that looks like it involves, and I'm sorry, I'm on page 8 of your report, if that helps.
Okay, I'm there.
So again, so this is your inspection protocol. This is steps that you, generally speaking, try to go through as needed on a particular project. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So one of the things that you have is, under pre-inspection, is interview occupants and or building manager regarding their observations before, during, and after the storm. Did you talk to the building manager in this case?
Yes, I did speak to Mr. Frank.
Okay, and when did you, I'm sorry, Mr. Frank, and when did you do that?
That was before our arrival. We were in discussion about scheduling and talking about generally what happened to the buildings.
Okay, and what did he tell you?
He had told us, it was mostly a discussion about the wood shakes. That was the biggest thing that stuck out in his head was damage to the wood shakes.
Okay. Did he know when that occurred, or he just was telling you that he saw damage?
That he saw damage.
So when you talked to him, was there any reference to a particular storm event?
No.
Okay. And then when you were at the property, I believe you told me in your deposition that there were a few people that maybe came out or that you talked to that were residents while you were walking around, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what you told me, to my recollection, obviously you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that most people were more concerned with the interior, nobody really had a lot to say about a weather event or the exterior, is that fair?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay?
Overruled. Honestly, don't recall exactly what we talked about in deposition, but that sounds about correct. Most people were more worried about their stuff than the outside.
Okay. Was there, I'll make it a little easier, was there anybody who specifically told you about the weather event, like that you talked to about the November 15, 2020 weather event?
Objection?
Overruled.
No one talked to me about any weather event. I didn't talk to anybody about any weather event either. There were mentions of wood shakes missing, and they found a lot of them on the floor and all that. But they were more interested in telling me what's happening on the inside of their house than what's happening on the exterior, since they're not. It's not on them.
Or they have an interest also for the inside, not the outside?
Correct. Exactly. They're more interested about their stuff, not someone else's stuff.
Right, right. Okay, and did you, what kinds of things were they reporting on the interior? Well, actually, strike that. Did you inspect the interior of anybody's property?
No, we did it.
Okay. Now, that is something that you do on occasion in certain cases if it warrants it, right? You'll just ask to do interior inspections?
Yes, it depends on what the stuff is.
Okay. Are you, you showed some pictures of a shingle hanging hanging on an asphalt roof, on one of the mansards. Do you remember that? The asphalt shingle hanging as opposed to.
The asphalt shingle, yes, okay.
That's what I thought you remembered. Okay, are you aware that the roofs with the asphalt shingles were not submitted as part of the claim in this case?
No, I'm not aware of that. I wasn't going in there to do an evaluation to prepare support or prepare a claim. I was going in there to determine what's damaged and what's not.
Okay. I have that, thank you.
Any redirect?
Briefly. The storm data. Is storm data very localized when it comes to information that it provides?
Yes.
In taking a look at this, I'm just going to show the hail report from Mentor and the wind report from Mentor.
Oh, that's fine, yeah.
Your Honor, may I produce to the jury one of the reports regarding hail from the same date of loss?
Yeah, go ahead.
So taking a look, this is what I believe Ms. Thompson was just looking at. This is all of the data for weather events in the entire.
That's the NOAA database, right?
Yes, Your Honor. So if you scroll up to the top, this is the same database
Right.
that Ms. Thompson was just using. If you go down to our date of loss here for 11/15, do you see that?
Yes,
And you can see one of them is thunderstorm wind, one of them is hail.
correct.
And is one of those, or both of those Mentor?
Yes.
And if you look at the Mentor one, what is the indication as the magnitude of hail during this storm that we're here for today?
So on November 15th of 2020, NOAA has a record of a 0.88 inch hailstone size, which is what I found during my evaluation.
So we know with localized weather data from the expert that this hail wasn't actually at our property. Is this data so specific that it can actually change whether it be at this weather station or versus our property?
Yes, it is very specific. It could change.
And has State Farm ever provided any evidence that you've seen supporting any contention of other storms at our actual location?
No, I have not.
No further questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Can I see counsel again?
Yes.
All right, does the plaintiff have another witness?
Your Honor, the plaintiff does not. Plaintiff will rest with the admission of the documents and reserving the right for rebuttal.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the plaintiff has rested. That means they have presented all the evidence they intend to present. So the next phase of this trial would be defense, defense witnesses. However, we're not going to have those available till tomorrow morning. So I guess the bad news is we're done for today. The good news is we're done for today, and you can enjoy some of that. So let's come back. We're going to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. All right, so be back here at 9. And remember not to discuss the case among yourselves. Don't try to find out any information, whether it's at Cambridge Condos or the websites or anything else. No other information. All right, don't come to any conclusions until you get the case submitted to you. And remember, everything that you're going to consider about that case comes from right here. Okay, have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, have a seat. So, exhibit 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. 11. Okay. 13 and 14. 16 from pages, photos only from pages 16 through 90. Is that the extent of it? Of all the exhibits?
19, Your Honor, the interrogatories.
Of the interrogatory, yes,
And
19.
Your Honor, now, and perhaps I did this slightly out of order, and I apologize to the extent that I would have, but now that the jury's out of the room, I wanted to speak to Your Honor about the court taking judicial notice of 215. It was a filing done with the court and would be a public record as to only, not any dollar values, but simply the findings as to the damages sustained at the property.
Which one?
P15. It's redacted, I've already redacted it, Your Honor, so that any mention as to dollar values is non-existent.
Okay, Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would say that without the umpires, well, first of all, I would say everything on, regarding the appraisal, in my understanding and opinion, was that it was off the table so that we avoided getting into the potential bias of Grandinetti, which would be one of the things at issue into how the umpire got some of these conclusions. So I think putting anything related to that in would be unfair without us having the opportunity to have Grandinetti and his, potential bias on the stand.
Your Honor, if I may, this report's not by Mr. Grandinetti. This is the neutral umpire that was appointed by the court.
But in reliance on Grandinetti for him issuing his decision.
No, we can't
Well,
possibly.
why am I even, why are we even talking about an umpire?
Your Honor, only to the extent that the umpire determined that there was in fact damage from this storm and that there.
Okay, and isn't there I'm not talking about anything having to do with the appraisal or the umpire. This is simply, was it from now, not wind and or hail, but wind event from November 15th of 20?
Yes, Your Honor. And as is indicated in the decision from the umpire, he indicates there was no storm damage to buildings 3, 4, and 9. And he indicates that there was storm damage to the buildings 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 11.
Okay, we might as well have the appraisers come here and the umpire come here then, if we're gonna talk about the appraisal and the umpire.
You know, we did indicate the umpire was objected to have him testify, so this was.
I wasn't gonna let him testify anyway, because
Yeah.
we're here to talk about the wind event and whether it caused damage on the 15th of November of 2020.
And that is the
And
only.
that's it.
I agree wholeheartedly.
15 is not coming in. Okay? So all the other ones were without objection, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else at this point, Ms. Thompson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. DiUlio?
Just making sure, Your Honor. No, that should be it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Judge.
Did you guys look at the
Jury instructions.
jury instructions?
Yes, Your Honor. The only one that we would like to, I don't know if you want to discuss it now or later, but is the charge for an adverse inference. State Farm's representative has indicated on the record that the claims log from State Farm has his findings as to the damages to the property and would obviously be discoverable for those purposes associated with this limited question of was there damage from the November 15th, 2020 storm. State Farm has been provided that request multiple times and has continued to refuse to produce that claims record. And as such, we ask for an adverse inference charge to the jury as a result.
All right, so when was this brought up? To me?
I'm sorry?
When was this brought up to me?
Your Honor, it was in the jury charges that were provided to the court by plaintiff.
Right, I know that, but the issue of them not providing something, whatever it was, when was that brought up?
Other than the adverse inference charge, I'm not sure if it was, Your Honor. We had.
Well, it wasn't, that's my point. Why wasn't there a motion to compel or some other motion to?
Due to the time.
To get an order to produce that?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. Due to the timing of the deposition that confirmed the contents, this was about 2 weeks ago. So there would have been no time to have a motion heard prior to the trial.
How do you know that?
Simply from my experience, Your Honor.
Okay,
The motion.
Well, if you filed a motion because you couldn't get something out of State Farm, then we would have had a hearing the next day. But you now want them penalized by way of a jury instruction for something that was properly the subject of a motion to compel, and then a motion for attorney fees if necessary, right? Isn't that kind of the normal course of things?
Certainly, Your Honor, that would, other than with the timing, I think it is relatively rare for depositions to be taking place so shortly before trial, but we would have to work.
Look, this thing has had a life since May of '22, okay?
Yes.
And not you, okay? Your predecessor is the one that caused the entire delay of some 14 months, okay? So that lies squarely with the plaintiff. But regardless of that, okay, had you filed a motion to compel for them not producing something they were bound to produce, then we would have had a hearing, and if they were not producing something they should have been produced, then they would have done it immediately, and there would have been a penalty associated with that, like for attorney fees for screwing around, okay? But it's not coming by way of a jury instruction.
If I may, in the alternative, Your Honor, I would withdraw the request if State Farm were to produce it this evening. I've got no problem with that.
I don't even know what it is, and now we're at the end of day one, okay? So that part of, that phase of this whole 2-year process is over with. We'll get here at 8:45 to talk about anything else on the jury instructions. Right?
8:45, Your Honor? 8:45, you got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.